Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Made the Chat for Class 1A? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku has made the chat. Class 1A. Midoriya Izuku has added Todoroki Shuto, Tsuyu Azui, Ida Tenya, Uraraka Ochako, Yaoyorozu Momo, and Mina Ishido to Class 1A. Midoriya Izuku. Hey. Aizawa told me to make a group chat for the class, so here we are. I don't have the whole class though, so if anyone has any missing contacts please add them. Uraraka Ochako, Midoriya. Uraraka Ochako. It's been forever since we've talked. Midoriya Izuku. It's been 30 minutes. Uraraka Ochako. Forever. Ida Tenya. Midoriya, this was a good idea. We can talk about school here, and spread the word about school-wide events. Mina Ishido. Anyways, here are some cool memes I found. Ida Tenya. Mina. Yaoyorozu Momo. Dear gosh, it's already chaotic. Yaoyorozu Momo. It's the second day of school, why are y'all like this? Midoriya Izuku. Look at what I edited together really badly. Midoriya Izuku, lol might.jpg. Mina Ishido, y'all might. Todoroki Shuto, I already hate this. Midoriya Izuku, gasp to do. You actually got online. Todoroki Shuto, this is a mistake. Midoriya Izuku has added Bakugo Katsuki to the chat. Midoriya Izuku, knew I forgot someone in my contacts. Bakugo Katsuki, what the is this? Mina Ishido, ah yes, Bakugo screaming, feels good, feels natural. Bakugo Katsuki, shut the up Pinky P. Mina Ishido, don't diss MLP man. Todoroki Shuto, what is MLP? Mina Ishido, GASP. Uraraka Ochako, shun the ignorant fool. Mina Ishido, SHUN. Yaoyorozu Momo, I have a headache, can y'all be quiet please? Ida Tenya, I give up. Yaoyorozu Momo, that is very valid. Ida, don't feel bad. Mina Ishido, the rest of the Baku squad has to be here. Bakugo Katsuki, the WHAT. Mina Ishido has added Kaminari Denki, Kirishima Idru, and Shirohanta to Class 1A. Kaminari Denki, what's up? Kirishima Idru. Another group chat for Miho destroy with memes. Midoriya Izuku. I kinda wanna ask but I think I might see it soon enough. Shirohanta. THATSALOTOFDAMAG. Class 1. Midoriya Izuku. Is anyone else excited for today? Bakugo Katsuki. We're all on the same bus, talk to US in person you coward. Uraraka Ochako. Do I need to kill someone for being rude to the cinnamon roll of the class? Bakugo Katsuki. What the? Todoroki Shuto. What is going on right now? Todoroki Shuto. Why is Kaminari creeping up on Aizawa? Kaminari Denki. BC I have a Sharpie and he's sleeping. Tsuyu Azui. Kaminari you are literally about to die, don't do it. Kirishima Idru. Who wants to bet that he's about to get punted halfway across the bus? Mina Ishido. I. Shirohanta. I. Bakugo Katsuki. This is ridiculous. Midoriya Izuku. Ah. I don't have any money on me but I'll still join the bet. Tsuyu Azui. Todoroki Shuto. I. Yaoyorozu Momo. Ida Tenya. Don't bet on our classmate getting hurt. Mina Ishido. And there he goes. Midoriya Izuku. Jisifo look at Aizawa Sensei's face. Shirohanta. Fnifi. DS Kaminari actually got him the mad lad. Kirishima Idru. For those who can't see this at the moment. Kirishima Idru. Aizawawaskaten.jpg. Mina Ishido. Yes. Ida Tenya. He actually got punted across the bus. Midoriya Izuku. I feel bad, he looks dead inside now. Bakugo Katsuki. Like you know how that feels, Deku. Midoriya Izuku. Uraraka Ochako. I am about to destroy someone for harming the cinnamon roll, does anyone want to join? Midoriya Izuku. It's fine, Uraraka. I'm used to it so. Uraraka Ochako. Used to it? Ida Tenya. Aizawa Sensei is talking. Ida Tenya has locked the chat for 30 minutes. Class 1 Uraraka Ochako. Hello, yes, is anyone else able to get online? Uraraka Ochako. Please, I am in the mountain zone, where is everyone else? Kirishima Idru. Me and Bakugu are in the fire zone. Yayorozu Momo. I'm in the earthquake zone. Tsu Azui. I'm in the water zone, and I've found Mineta over here, so ik einfisi hashtag etgif urgsnft. Uraraka Ochako. TSUYU. Yayoruzo Momo. Tsu, are you alright? Tsu Azui. Apparently Midoriya is here too, I just saved him from drowning so. Tsu Azui. I think he might be panicking a bit? He's trying to stay calm though. Tsu Azui. Wait, IGTG, he's saying something. Uraraka Ochako. We all should probably get off so we can focus on fighting these villains. Kirishima Idru. You right. Uraraka Ochako. Okay, I know this might seem bad ATM, but what the heck just happened? Kirishima Idru. I have no clue what's going on, I just heard insane screeching. Like one scream from someone who sounded younger and then BOOM there's a hole in the ceiling. Tsu Azui. Well, I think Midoriya's with Recovery Girl, so he's gonna be good. Tsu Azui. But Aizawa Sensei? Tsu Azui. Midoriya was the only one out of me, him, and Mineta that saw the full picture, and it got him angry enough to try to fight the big villains that had almost killed Aizawa Sensei. Tsu Azui. So yeah, that screaming was Midoriya. Uraraka Ochako. Okay, so what villain do we need to destroy for hurting Mido? Class 1 Midoriya Izuku. Hey.jpg. Midoriya Izuku. I lived y'all. Uraraka Ochako. Hey Mido. Tsu Azui. You look really beat up, Ribbit. Are you feeling okay? Midoriya Izuku. Yeah, I'm doing great. Just need to get off the painkillers and I'll be in class. Kirishima Idru. I just found out why you're doing okay. Bakugu Katsuki. Shut up, the nerd's been through more with no painkillers, he'll be just like normal. Uraraka Ochako. Who hurt you, Mido? Uraraka Ochako. I just wanna talk, smiley face. Midoriya Izuku. It's really not important ATM. Uraraka Ochako. Inhales. Uraraka Ochako has added Gyrakuka and Hagakure Turu to the chat. Uraraka Ochako. Girls sound off. Gyrakuka. Here. Hagakure Turu. What we doing now? Mina Ishido. I have been summoned. Yayorozu Momo. Meeting? Tsu Azui. Ribbit. Uraraka Ochako. Meeting, you know where, we have to discuss something. Bakugu Katsuki. What the? Midoriya Izuku. Just let them do them. Don't be rude about it, Kaken. Sirohanta? Yes. Hello, we have a 2 pure angel in our class, how did we get this lucky? Kaminari Denki. Bro, I really don't know. Kirishima Idru. Bro. Kaminari Denki. Bro. Sirohanta. Bro. Uraraka Ochako. Midoriya? Go to our DMs for a sec, K? Midoriya Izuku? Okay? Gravidia. Uraraka Ochako. Location.png. Uraraka Ochako. Meet me here, I'll explain more offline. Make sure no one follows you. Midoriya Izuku. Class 1 Kaminari Denki. And that is how I confused a villain attacking my old school for long enough for heroes to capture him with memes. Kirishima Idru. Honestly, am not surprised. Bakugu Katsuki. There is no way that story is real. Sirohanta. It is real. We went to the same school, this story is 100%. Undeniably true. Ida Tenya. I want to ask but I will just be confused. Todoroki Shudo. I feel your pain. Midoriya Izuku. I am impressed. Kaminari Denki. Wait, what about that middle schooler, like a year ago, that was apparently quirkless, a really late bloomer but still jumped in and saved our dear Bakugu from that sludge villain? Kirishima Idru. Oh yeah, I remember that. Kirishima Idru. My aunt is quirkless and when I showed that to her she almost broke down. Kirishima Idru. Her exact words. Quirkless people can be heroes too. See society. But with more cursing involved. Sirohanta? Yeah, my old man is against quirkist discrimination and that made him so happy. Kaminari Denki. Even though he was absolutely destroyed by the pro-heroes afterwards, which is not fine. Kirishima Idru. Yeah, my aunt went off at them in the kitchen. Kirishima Idru. There's still a chunk missing from the counter. Kaminari Denki. Kiri is traumatized. Goja. Uraraka Ochako has added Midoriya Izuku to the chat. Uraraka Ochako. Welcome Midoriya, our very first honorary girl. Yayorozu Momo. Welcome, Mido. Mina Ishido. Hekya Mido. Hagakure Turu. Welcome to the girls, Mido. Tsuyu Azui. Welcome Ribbit. Midoriya Izuku. WW I feel so valid. Mina Ishido. Good BC if you leave or blab we'd have to kill you. Uraraka Ochako. Jekfshal. Rinfkjulim INA. Uraraka Ochako. ANYWAYS. Yayorozu Momo. We have weekly girls meeting. The meetings are all in the empty dorm next to Uraraka's. Hagakure Turu. We do our nails, our hair, and have mini fashion shows. We also complain about whatever is going on in our lives, mostly cramping and emotions. Mina Ishido. Well, we won't talk about cramps that much since you might get uncomfortable. Midoriya Izuku. That won't be a problem since I get cramps too. Tsuyu Azui. Mido. Are you trans or gender neutral or something? Midoriya Izuku. Curse my sleep-deprived brain. Midoriya Izuku. I'm actually gender fluid but I was born with a female body so. Mina Ishido. Pronouns. Midoriya Izuku. Yairozu Momo. Give us your pronouns in this chat, so we don't misgender you. Midoriya Izuku. Today I'm she/her. Yairozu Momo. Got it. Midoriya Izuku. Class 1 at Kirishima Idru. Me and Mido are chilling in the living room. Kirishima Idru. He just looked at his phone and can someone explain why he just burst into tears? Yairozu Momo. Mido, are you good with me telling them? Kirishima Idru. He just nodded. Yairozu Momo. Good, well Mido is gender fluid and female today. Kirishima Idru. Gasp. Kirishima Idru. I am so sorry Midori, I didn't mean to misgender you. Midoriya Izuku. Ist fnai. Kirishima Idru. It is not. Kaminari Denki. Hi, gender fluid buddies. I'm also fluid Mido, you aren't alone. Midoriya Izuku. I've never been accepted like this in my life, I am sobbing. Uraraka Ochako. Sue, who do I need to kill for hurting her? Bakugu Katsuki. You nerd, why didn't you tell me earlier? Bakugu Katsuki. I probably misgendered you hundreds of times. Midoriya Izuku. Things were bad enough, I didn't want them any worse. Uraraka Ochako. Snatched. Uraraka Ochako. Girls, meet me and Mido's room, we have a sad fellow girl to cuddle. Kirishima Idru. She wasn't kidding. Kirishima Idru. She just used her quirk on Mido and dragged her through the air to the elevator. Kaminari Denki. Wait. Kaminari Denki. Yao, you remember how to make the identification bracelets, right? Yairozu Momo. Kami, you can be a genius, oh my gosh. Jirakyuka. Shocking. Kaminari Denki. Shirkyuka. Ive bin tainted chapter text. Class 1 at Siro Hanta. Seriously, where do you think that quirkless late bloomer kid is? Todoroki Shudo. Siro, it's 3 a.m. What makes you think they're awake? Uraraka Ochako. I really don't know. Jirakyuka. This is about this kid, right? Jirakyuka. YouTube videos.doigestis.mov. Kaminari Denki. Yairozu Momo. That kid low-key made my family have existential crises about quirks. Yairozu Momo. BC, that kid was probably the only quirkless person there. Yairozu Momo. And the fact that they rushed in when no one with a quirk wanted to? Yairozu Momo. The kid basically turned the ideology of quirkists and quirkism on its head. Todoroki Shudo. Not everyone. My dad was angry as heck at that video. Todoroki Shudo. He claimed that the quirkless kid should have been in the monster instead of Bakugu and that they needed to be terminated anyways. Tsuyu Azui. WOT. Mina Ishido. Dude, that's messed up. Kirishima Idru. I mean, what is it like to grow up quirkless nowadays? BC, when my aunt grew up, there were more quirkless people around, but now like 98% of the children born are quirked. Bakugu Katsuki at Midoriya Izuku. Look, a question for you nerd. Midoriya Izuku, what? Midoriya Izuku? Yeah, I was a late bloomer, so I basically grew up quirkless, ask away. Uraraka Ochako. Ooh, how late of a bloomer were you? And pronouns please. Midoriya Izuku, they them. Well, the first time I used my quirk was at the entrance exam. And I didn't even know if I had a quirk until I used it. Uraraka Ochako, Wait. Ida Tenya, Midoriya, you took the entrance exam under the assumption that you were quirkless? Midoriya Izuku, basically. Uraraka Ochako, wait, since you basically grew up quirkless, do you know the kid who saved Bakugo? Midoriya Izuku, yeah, I know them. It'd be hard not to, as they're me. Tsuyu Azui, wait, you saved Bakugo that day? Midoriya Izuku, yeah, I ran into the same villain. Would have died if All Might didn't show up. Yaoyorozu Momo, wait, so if you grew up quirkless, then how do the quirked students of the world treat you guys? Midoriya Izuku, not well. Midoriya Izuku, like, think of social hierarchy. Midoriya Izuku, basically it would have been easier to be a villain. Yaoyorozu Momo, can we get specifics? Midoriya Izuku, yeah, it got really physical, even teachers joined in a couple times. Midoriya Izuku, I would be picked on in class, teachers would get me in trouble for being beat up, etc. They'd even lose my assignments if I did better than the majority of the quirk students and bring my grade down. Midoriya Izuku, if I tried to get help from the staff, they'd call me attention-seeking and needy and little brat and worse. Midoriya Izuku, I was told to jump off the roof a couple times. Midoriya Izuku, but yeah, it's really hard to grow up quirkless in this time. Yaoyorozu Momo, dear gosh? Uraraka Ochako, did you ever act on what they said? Midoriya Izuku, gosh no. Midoriya Izuku, I mean, I thought about it but I never acted on it. Ida Tenya, Mido. Midoriya Izuku, Ichini good night. Midoriya Izuku has locked the chat until 8 a.m. The chat has unlocked. Uraraka Ochako, Finally. Kirishima Idru. Should we get him a therapist specializing in late bloomers quirkless people? Kirishima Idru. I think my aunt either knows or is a therapist, she kinda switches out between those two stories. Mina Ishido. I think that might be best, that got deep. Kaminari Denki. WOW. Midoriya Izuku I genuinely do not remember saying any of that stuff. Yaoyorozu Momo. Oh yeah. Yaoyorozu Momo. Mido, come over here for a sec please. Midoriya Izuku. Oh, okay. Midoriya Izuku, wait, are these? Yaoyorozu Momo. Yep. I made you identification bracelets. I tried to match them to your costume kinda, so. The red-pink shimmery one is for on female days, the turquoise one with waves of green is for on male days, and the black one with hints of blue is for non-binary. Midoriya Izuku, I am literally about to cry, this is amazing. Bakugo Katsuki, finally. Bakugo Katsuki, wait, you're non-binary today, right? Midoriya Izuku, Gyrakyuka. Guys, Aizawa's been clearing his throat for like 3 minutes. Gyrakyuka, get off your phones. Gyrakyuka has locked the chat until 12:30 p.m. Wow, who likes school anymore? Aizawa Shoyuda, can anyone tell me why my problem child is wearing a bracelet? Hisashi Yamada, have you tried? Hisashi Yamada, asking him. Aizawa Shoyuda, too easy. Kayama Nimuri, can you send a pic? Aizawa Shoyuda, what is that? JPG. Kayama Nimuri, I diagnose your problem child with good fashion taste BC, that's a beautiful bracelet. Aizawa Shoyuda, oh wow, that totally answers all of my questions. Yagi Tashinori, can you guys stop talking for a bit? I'm running exercises W1A and I need to FOCUS. Yagi Tashinori, young Midoriya and young Bakugo are currently fighting and I'm getting worried that young Bakugo is going to do something drastic. Yagi Tashinori, wait. Aizawa Shoyuda, what was that explosion? Aizawa Shoyuda, Tashinori. What just exploded? Hisashi Yamada. Am I the only one that saw the chunks of building flying through the air? Kayama Nimuri. Mike, shut up, your husband is stressed enough. Aizawa Shoyuda, Tashinori. What happened to my class? Yagi Tashinori. We need to do something with young Bakugo. Yagi Tashinori. I'm assuming you know of his rivalry with young Midoriya? Yagi Tashinori, And you're aware of the purpose of his gauntlets? Aizawa Shoyuta. Don't tell me he was idiotic enough to unleash the gauntlets. Yagi Tashinori. Aizawa Shoyuta. It? Aizawa Shoyuta. Is the problem child safe? Did he somehow dodge the blast? Yagi Tashinori. I can't tell, the dust is still flying. We're looking for him though. Aizawa Shoyuta. You better find him Tashinori or so help me. Yagi Tashinori. We're going to find him. Kayama Nimuri. Aizawa being a father? More likely than you'd think. Hisashi Yamada. Babe, do we have kiddos now? Aizawa Shoyuta. Shut up. Class 1 at Yaoyorozu Momo. Why is it so dusty? Kirishima Ijiro. Oh, maybe it's BC Bakugu just exploded a building. Kaminari Denki. Guys, focus. The dust is too thick, use your phone flashlights to cut through it a bit. Jirikyuka. I hear them. Uraraka Ochako. Where? Tsuyu Azui. I see them ribbit. Tsuyu Azui. I got them, where's All Might? Tsuyu Azui. They're burnt, badly. Uraraka Ochako. Goodness, are they okay? Ida Tenya. What did Bakugu do here? Kaminari Denki. Geez, anger issues much? Kirishima Ijiro. Guys, we need to find All Might like right now. Kirishima Ijiro. It's bad. Siro Hanta. I got it, look up at the ceiling. Uraraka Ochako. How will that you? Uraraka Ochako. Tsuyu, let me float them so you don't have to worry too much about jarring them. Tsuyu Azui. Thanks, Uraraka. Wow, who likes school anymore? Yagi Tashinori. Aizawa get to the infirmary. Aizawa Shoyuta. You found him. Yagi Tashinori. He's bad, Aizawa. And I have to finish the class. He needs an adult, one he can trust, with him. Aizawa Shoyuta. That I have an underground's heroics class right now, I can't just abandon them. Hisashi Yamada. This is my free PRD, I can take over. Aizawa Shoyuta. Lesson plan on the desk. Kayama Nimuri. He's already adopted his whole class. Kayama Nimuri. Especially the green-haired one. Hisashi Yamada. Yeah, he's already given that one a nickname. Kayama Nimuri. The greenette is problem child, right? Hisashi Yamada. You are absolutely right, K. Aizawa Shoyuta. Shut it. Class 1 at Bakugu Katsuki. Why is my phone exploded? Uraraka Ochako. Consider it revenge for what you did to Midoriya. Bakugu Katsuki. Shut up, you de extra. Yaoyorozu Momo. That was smooth, Uraraka. Uraraka Ochako. Thanks, I try. Siro Hanta. Anyways, I'm out. Kaminari Denki. It really wasn't hard to get the capture tape on you. Jirikyuka. Then again it was you doing it. Kirishima Ijiro. And their salty Jiru is. Jirikyuka. Shut up, Kirishima. Mina Ishido. And you, Kaminari, need to watch more carefully. Kaminari Denki. Snkfnyaz. Mina Ishido. 3C. Kaminari Denki. That was actually a good move, great job. Midoriya Izuku. I'm okay. Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa Sensei just read that sentence and whapped me over the head, so I guaned. Midoriya Izuku has added Aizawa Shoyuta to the chat. Aizawa Shoyuta. Problemchild.jpg. Aizawa Shoyuta. The problem child is, in fact, not okay, so he has lost phone privileges. Uraraka Ochako. Dings bell, that is false. Yaoyorozu Momo. Can't you see the bracelet? Jirikyuka. Did anyone mayhaps tell Aizawa Sensei about the bracelet? Aizawa Shoyuta. What does the bracelet mean? Kaminari Denki. OH. Kaminari Denki. It's an identification bracelet. Like, you know, what I wear every day? Aizawa Shoyuta. I apologize. I didn't know that your bracelets were gender identifiers. Kaminari Denki. It cool, just remember. Aizawa Shoyuta. Can you tell me what colors are which gender? Kaminari Denki. Yellow is neutral, black is male, and blue is female. Aizawa Shoyuta. Got it. I'll ask Midoriya what? Yaoyorozu that. Aizawa Shoyuta. I'll ask what colors their bracelets are myself. Aizawa Shoyuta. I have some things to attend to, keep yourselves occupied. Wow, who likes school anymore? Aizawa Shoyuta. Apparently we need to ask our students what they identify as. Aizawa Shoyuta. I've probably misgendered two of them multiple times already and I have no clue what the others identify as so. Kayama Namuri. Oh, you have students on the LGBT spectrum? I've had a few people come to me asking about transitioning and stuff, but nothing like. Aizawa Shoyuta. I have 2 gender-fluid students. Kayama Namuri. H. Hisashi Yamada. Do the little listeners have ID bracelets? Aizawa Shoyuta. You know how I asked about Problem Child's bracelet? Hisashi Yamada. YIKES. Aizawa Shoyuta. Yeah. Yagi Tashinori. I've been calling young Midoriya, my boy, for so long, I feel so bad now. Nizu. Do not blame yourself, Yagi. I'm sure that Midoriya would have told you eventually. Aizawa Shoyuta. Should we have some female clothes made for Midoriya and Kaminari? Nizu. I will have 2 sets of female uniforms made tonight, delivered to the dorms tomorrow. Hisashi Yamada. Wait, what bodies were they born with? Aizawa Shoyuta. Aizawa Shoyuta. Kaminari was born in a male body, Midoriya in a female body. Yagi Tashinori. Nizu. Yagi. Language. Hisashi Yamada. Dude, chill, why you're in a big-time rush. Kayama Namuri. Oichuga. Aizawa Shoyuta. Someone kill me now chapter text. Class 1. Midoriya Izuku. Hello, yes it is conspiracy theory time. Jirkyuka. Midoriya Izuku. Question of the night. Midoriya Izuku. The first recorded quirk was a physical quirk, correct? A glowing child. Midoriya Izuku. Well, that's a physical quirk. It's been proven that mental quirks are harder to find. Midoriya Izuku. How do we know for sure that the glowing child was the first quirked person and that people hadn't had mental quirks for years before? Discuss. Time skip. Class 1. Yaoyorozu Momo. Wow. Shiro Hanta. Hakuna Yurtadas man. Kaminari Denki. No, he's got a point. Kirishima Idru. Wow, everything I thought I knew about quirks have just been turned on its head. Uraraka Ochako. I'm having an existential crisis RNY Mido. Midoriya Izuku. I'll take it one step further. Midoriya Izuku. How do we know that people didn't have physical quirks, like yaos, but hide it to keep from getting bullied or ostracized? Discuss. Hagakurturu. 2. Much? Can't compute? Mina Ishido. WOT. Tsu Azui. Mind has been blown. Todoroki Shudo. I have been enlightened. Aizawa Shoyuta. Oh, this is too good to not share with the teacher chat. Wow, who likes school anymore? Aizawa Shoyuta. A question, copied and pasted from a student. Aizawa Shoyuta. The first recorded quirk was a physical quirk, correct? A glowing child. Well, that's a physical quirk. It's been proven that mental quirks are harder to find. How do we know for sure that the glowing child was the first quirked person and that people hadn't had mental quirks for years before? Discuss. Aizawa Shoyuta. Same question, but changed. How do we know that people didn't have physical quirks, like yaos, but hide it to keep from getting bullied or ostracized? Hisashi Yamada. Wait a sec. Kayama Namuri. WAITASEC. Kayama Namuri. This is so weird, what the heck? Nizu. A thought-provoking question. A good way to start the day. Snipe. For you, maybe, but for the commoners down here it ain't that easy. Yagi Tashinori. I never thought of history like that, but it would make sense. Yagi Tashinori. If you look at certain people in history, you could argue the credibility of them having mental or hidden physical quirks. Ectoplasm. Too early for thought-provoking riddles. Aizawa Shoyuta. This kid confused their peers too. Aizawa Shoyuta. Their chat is amazing to behold chapter text. Class 1. Uraraka Ochako. So is anyone else SUPE are excited for the sports festival? Midoriya Izuku. WOOO. Todoroki Shudo. Please shut up. Bakugu Katsuki. You all better be prepared to eat my DUST. Yaoyorozu Momo. Yeah right Bakuji. Midoriya Izuku. Ijichus FZFDSXCLGFSD. Tsu Azui. I am so proud Yamamo. Shiro Hanta. I get online to see Yao absolutely destroying Bakugu. Kaminari Denki. You're doing amazing sweetie. Hagakure Turu. TBH, that's like all the girls at Mido. Midoriya Izuku, oh to the power of Kirishima Aidru. Wowie, it's like almost the day for the sports festival. Mina Ishido, it's literally tomorrow? Kirishima Aidru, yeah. Midoriya Izuku, I'm honestly kinda scared. Midoriya Izuku, there are so many people who know me as male, but what if I am not male and they HAE me for it? Mina Ishido, then I fight them. Bakugu Katsuki, Tisich, if they know any good they won't insult anyone in 1A. Siro Hanta, gasp, is this Bakugu caring for us? Bakugu Katsuki, shut up you de extra. Catfee, Dad, I think I have a crush. Koffet, do you know the person you're crushing on? Catfee, imagine I fight them in the festival. Catfee, I would literally die. Catfee, I am already dying, just imagining what they'll look like. You, my son, are head over heels. Catfee, I know W. Koffet, perish. Catfee, WOW. Wow, who likes school anymore? Aizawa Shoyuta, Hisashi, our son just had his first romance-based panic. Hisashi Yamada, LHDFLX Ginese. Hisashi Yamada, WHO. Aizawa Shoyuta, he didn't say, he just said that he has a crush on someone. Aizawa Shoyuta, the panic was about what they would look like fighting. Kayama Nimuri? Kayama Nimuri, oh yeah, he told me about it yesterday. Aizawa Shoyuta, WHOISIT. Kayama Nimuri, perish. Hisashi Yamada, Traitor Chapter Text. Midoriya carefully clasped her reddish-pink bracelet onto her wrist. Tugging a brush through her wild curls, she pursed her lips when it refused to comply. Shrugging, she mentally went through her morning routine. It was all the same, all done. Exactly on time. Zipping her UA jumpsuit up the rest of the way, she pulled her signature red shoes up and laced them tightly. If they came loose during the competition, it could get her out. Not good. A knock on her door made her jump. Sprinting to the door, she opened it to see Ayorozu, Uraraka, and the rest of the girls waiting outside her dorm. A squeal from Uraraka. Oh my gosh, Midori! You look so good. Said girl blushed, rubbing the back of her neck bashfully. I didn't do anything special today, Uraraka. The gravity girl huffed, poking Midoriya in the cheek. Shut up, you look amazing. She rolled her eyes, smirking a bit. The flash of, she'll abandon you, they all will, they're just like him were firmly tamped down, resolutely ignored. It still sent a shiver up her spine. Yayorozu and Mina were happily chatting, and Uraraka and Tsuyu jumped back into their own conversation. Jairu's ear jacks were plugged into her phone, and she was humming along to whatever she was listening to. This time, the loneliness she had repressed was that much harder to hold back. Then a finger tapped her on the shoulder. Midoriya shrieked, jumping into the air and clinging to the closest thing she could see. Burbling laughter erupted from around her, and her ears burned red. She went even redder when she realized she was Koala-yi on Yayorozu's back, which was shaking in laughter. They're laughing at you, they're going to hate you, you're just an embarrassment to them She gracefully slipped down. And by gracefully, she slowly slid off and crumpled into a heap on the ground, curling into a little ball on the floor of the elevator. You, Midori? Go ahead, I'm dead. Oh, that's a shame, guess we'll have to do this. Her little spiral of self-pity was harshly interrupted by fingers digging into her sides. Bursting out into her own laughter, she shied away and batted at Mina's cool pink lemonade-colored hands. After a few more seconds of the friendly torture, the hands eased up and pulled her onto her feet. Midoriya rubbed her sides, trying to get rid of the tinglies remaining and giggling a bit. Jairu came up next to her and nodded. Sup. She returned the nod, repressing her inner self that was squealing happily at the thought that they willingly talked to me. You excited for the tournament? Out of nowhere, a cool rush of confidence swept over her body, dissolving her spiraling thoughts. And for a second she swore she heard 7 other voices, all different, whooping and cheering for her. But the voices faded as the confidence remained. Ignoring the unknown voices for now, She pulled her shoulders back, putting on a determined face. Suddenly the feigned excitement wasn't as fake. Heck yeah. Jairu nodded and grinned as the elevator finally dinged and let them out on the ground floor. The walk through the common room was quiet. This time, Midoriya was a part of the quiet chattering from the group, and she and Mina got into an argument about Mothman and Bigfoot being either primitive Nomus or mutant quirked people. Uraraka was firmly on the side of them being mutant quirked, Mina was arguing the Nomu side, and Midoriya was swinging back and forth. Tsuyu was hopping after a butterfly fluttering along the path. Yaoyorozu and Jairu were listening to music together. Finally, they were at the testing grounds. Here, Midoriya was separated from the other girls, except for Yaoyorozu, as she was shunted to her spot in the class line, seat spot taking the time to smack a drooling Mineta. She startled at feeling eyes on her. Turning around, her eyebrows furrowed when she saw a purple-haired boy that she remembered from Class 1C looking at her. He was Shinso Hitoshi, one of the brave souls that had mouthed off to Bakugo Katsuki and lived. But as their eyes met, she was startled to feel a warmth rise to her cheeks and a vice around her heart. He was first to look away, as his line was traipsing into the stadium following his classmates, but Midoriya was left wondering just what the heck had clamped itself around her heart and squeezed. Then it was their turn to walk into the stadium. There was cheering, most likely from the other classes. But when Class 1A walked through the doors, the stadium exploded. Midoriya flinched back at the noise. Unbidden, memories of explosions, heat scorching her skin, fire burning down a hallway, pain blooming from her side. A cool hand on her shoulder startled her. Yaoyorozu was reaching over Mineta and had a hand on her shoulder, offering silent comfort. Her eyes said it all. "Are you okay?" Midoriya nodded back, ignoring the slight shaking in her knees. She focused herself on the announcer's box. Present Mike was excitedly announcing their class, and then their names, by number. Next to him, Aizawa's bandaged face stared down at the field. Right below the box, there were a couple pro heroes seated, obviously in the best seats to view the battles. As her name was announced and she chanced a tiny wave to the audience, she saw Kamui Woods and Backdraft lean forward a bit. Kamui was saying something to Backdraft, who nodded. Next to them, Hawks was waving enthusiastically at every competitor. As he waved at her, he sent a look at the two next to him, his wings slightly ruffled. They seemed chastised, both settling back into their seats. She was barely paying attention to the commentating, only tuning back in when Bakugo sauntered up to the microphone. He leaned into the mic and cleared his throat. "I just want to let everyone know, I'll be winning the gold, so don't even think of trying against me." The other classes roared in anger. Midoriya was just numb. He was dead serious. He truly thinks he'll beat everyone here. He's probably right. The classes were all herded back to their waiting areas. Before Midoriya could enter the room, she felt a cold hand snag her shoulder. Pulled out of the current, she flopped like a fish as her feet adjusted to being pulled instead of being pushed through the crowd of classmates. She finally looked up to see exactly who had pulled her aside. Todoroki-kun? Todoroki-kun? The bicolored-haired teen finally released her arm and turned to face her. They were in a hallway, only the two of them. "My father has raised and trained me to beat all might for the spot of #1 hero." Despite herself, Midoriya's eyebrow quirked up. That was a lofty goal. Todoroki continued. "You seem to have a connection with All Might." Oh gosh, he figured it out. "I'm gonna be in so much trouble, All Might will be mad at me." She didn't realize her fingers had been trembling until she snapped herself back into the real world. "Are you All Might's secret love child or something?" And cue surprise choking. Her eyes flashed open as she coughed on her own spit, which she had accidentally inhaled. Her hands were flying, waving through the air and rubbing the back of her neck and hugging herself. Why would what gave you that idea?" She finally settled on an awkward stance, hoping that she hadn't let all of the stupid confused noises her head was filled with out into air. Todoroki just raised an eyebrow. "Well, you still have a connection or relationship with him. Therefore, it is my duty to beat you in the battles. Don't make it easy on me." He turned to leave, but Midoriya's brain had finally started working again. "Wait, Todoroki-kun. He stopped, turning the slightest bit. Your father's goals don't have to be your own, you know, he just hummed and left. She was left behind, to bask in the ultimate confusion and the vice, once again, on her heart that the encounter had given her for what felt like forever before walking out herself. Then she smelled what seemed to be burning plastic, and her nose wrinkled against the stale scent. Creeping down the hallway, she suppressed a gasp when she saw what was going on. Endeavor. He had obviously been yelling a minute before, if the way he huffed and turned to leave was any indication. Todoroki seemed to be frozen against the wall. Midoriya's eyes flashed as she stomped down the hallway. Endeavor saw her, and his face twisted into a half-grimace, half-smirk. Ah, you're All Might's little brat. Don't make winning too easy on Shudo. She saw red at this. Endeavor, I'm not All Might. Well, that's OB-. That's obvious, right? She ignored the small burst of heat that came from her interrupting him. Well, if Todoroki doesn't want to take the #1 spot, you can't force him to. She sashayed down the hall. Passing by the number, she stopped next to Todoroki, but kept her back turned to him. After all, if I'm not All Might, then Todoroki isn't you. With that final word, she grabbed Todoroki's arm. He seemed startled at her tone of voice, and a small flush had settled high on his cheeks. Endeavor had been stunned into silence. Now come on, Todoroki. I wanted to show you that awesome picture on my phone before the festival starts. She pulled him down the hall, ignoring the burst of flames and wall of heat against her back as Endeavor roared in anger. Midoriya sighed in relief as soon as they were able to duck into an empty room. Phew, that was probably the most nerve-wracking thing I've done today. She turned to Todoroki, who still looked starstruck. You, Earth to Todoroki-kun? He just blinked before dashing. But before he left, Midoriya swore the flush grew into a full-on blush. Ring, ring, ring. Hey, a little bro. So, I'm excited to see your matches. How deal with romance panic, please? You've had your first gay panic? Can it still be a gay panic if the person in question is gender fluid and is female today? Pan panic. Ha. Natsuo, I'm serious, I am a big crushing right now. Hey, Chillix. Just go through your fights, then worry about your pan I see. Got it, little bro. Yeah, thanks, Suwa. Anything for my little show. Your call has been ended. Ring, ring, ring. Shin? Why are you calling? Dad, my crush is a girl now and she's really pretty and beautiful and I would low-key let her kill me, and Dad, how do I deal with this dash? Ah, the panic increases. I missed it. Dad, I'm serious, this girl is amazing and pretty, but I don't even know her name, I'm hopeless, how do I have any chance with her? Dad, I'm giving you to Hizashi, he's better at this. Pops, I'm panicking, I would low-key let my crush destroy me, she is beautiful, how to go about life when big crush is in imminent area as you. That sounds like a you problem, little listener. Toodles. Pops dash. Your call has ended. Ring, ring, ring. Dear? Are you alright? Mom, I have no clue what's going on, but I saw someone before the festival and I felt fluttery, then I saw someone else and was like WOH, so yeah, I think I'm crushing on 2 guys right now. Well, good luck with that, honey. Knock the matches out of the park. Mom, wait, I need advice dash. Good luck. Your call has ended. Chapter text. Midoriya huffed at her phone screen. Ignoring the flash of annoyance at the lack of help, she made her way back to the waiting room. Most of the students were supporting each other, letting her slip by unquestioned and shove her phone into her assigned locker, taking the time to grab a small fidget cube she had stashed there earlier. Then the intercom buzzed, and Midnight's deep, sultry voice rang over the room. Participants, the first leg of the festival will begin in 10 minutes. She relaxed a bit at the familiar tone. As an out and proud male to female transgender, Midnight had some of the best advice on gender and identity. She had talked to her a couple times, despite it only being a couple weeks since school had started. She sat at the table and tapped her fingers on the surface, letting herself drift in the buzz of noise. It was almost too much, just barely quiet enough to keep her from sensory overload. Picking up the fidget cube, she busied herself pressing buttons and clicking switches, letting the familiar motions calm the pumping heart in her chest. Almost against her will, She started humming a familiar song that she had heard a while ago. Apparently it was called Peace Sign, and she related to it on a spiritual level. It almost sounded like the ending to an anime, but that was silly. No anime she knew had a song named Peace Sign as their ending theme. Plus the version she listened to was in English. She had decided to ignore the weird glitchiness that always appeared whenever she listened to the song and tried to Google animes at the same time. She always saw a weird search called Boku no Hero Academia My Hero Academia, but whenever she clicked on it her computer crashed. It never appeared in the memory files, and it never appeared if she wasn't listening to the song. Almost like it was hopping a dimension or something. Nah, that was silly. Why would a song or a strange search she could never find be because of hopping dimensions? She jumped when her cube was snatched away from her hands. Looking up, she saw Bakugo tossing it in one hand. Hey, Kaken. Give it back. No one knew why she had the fidget cube, but if something happened to it she didn't know what she would do. He just raised an eyebrow, then his lips split into a cruel smirk. Listen up, Deku. She flinched away as he lunged towards her, stopping when their noses were basically touching. Don't you even dare try to beat me. You were quirkless, I've had years to perfect my quirk. So don't even try. With that last sentence, she squeaked as his hand detonated with the fidget cube in it, and she watched as the remains drifted to the floor. Then a firm hand landed on Bakugo's shoulder. Midoriya blinked, wondering why Todoroki was standing up to Bakugo now, of all times. Then he turned Bakugo around and socked him in the jaw. Leaving the angry teen shouting profanity on the floor, he sent a tiny smirk at Midoriya, and gosh, if that didn't get her heart pounding, what would? She was sure she was on fire at this point. He turned and left, leaving her to calm her booming heart by herself. Long time skip here BC. I am not confident in my ability to write these two challenges Axnelfek. Midoriya put her hands on her knees and SED in air as she hyped herself up. The first round, an obstacle course, had been interesting. Her arms still hurt a bit from swinging that chunk of robot. But the looks on Bakugo and Todoroki's faces had been amazing. Then the second round, the team exercise. The support course girl, Hatsum's, inventions hadn't kept their team from falling to fourth place, a fact that still kind of irked Midoriya. But nevertheless, it was over and done now. And now it was the 1v1 battles. The brackets were being assembled at the moment, and she was shaking in anticipation for the upcoming battles she knew were coming. Against her will, her mind flitted to the two boys. Shinso Hitoshi and Todoroki Shudo. Once again, the vice. She was left wondering exactly what the vice meant, and why it tightened and sent blood to flush her face red whenever she saw one of the two. Shinso Hitoshi hissed as the cool water smacked into his face. He was trying to pump himself up. Of course, working against the knowledge that he'd have to fight his crush, who looked unfairly beautiful in the UA jumpsuit and who he's probably let crush him. If he was being honest, if the girl had been in 1C with him, he would have let her beat him. She deserved a place in the hero course. But, of course, she was already in 1A, so that plan had gone out the window. He had a huge crush on a girl in the hero course. This was starting to become a poorly written fanfiction plot at this point. He really didn't know how much more cliché it could get. An underdog, falling in love with the jock a million miles out of his league. Especially when said jock had an amazing quirk, understood what it was like to be accepted, and then it was him. The kid with insomnia, the freak with a villainous quirk. The kid who didn't deserve her. And that was why he was going to get into the hero course. He was going to get there and be there with her. He was going to earn her heart. He had finally learned her name. Midoriya Izuku. A beautiful name for a beautiful teen. Todoroki Shudo was literally smacking sense back into himself. He couldn't afford romance, not right now. Of course, that was asking him to forget the determined glint in her eyes as she stalked down the hallway, the savage smirk twisting her pretty lips, and the way her personality had flipped when she was addressing his father instead of him. And then there was the way she had addressed his father. She had been shameless in the way she spoke, all harsh pointed words dripping with malice and hatred. The way she had directed them like knives to pierce his father's good conscience had been amazing. He was deeper than he had thought. And if he was being honest, he couldn't care less. This was new. Depths he had never known existed. 3 people, all connected by a similar thought process, stood to get to the stadium. The one common thought in all of their minds: I am head over heels for her. I am in love with 2 boys. I will prove myself to my crush. Was love. First match of the day. It's the black sheep, the dark rose among the thorns. From Class 1C, welcome. Shinso Hitoshi. Present Mick's voice rang out over the stadium, earning a small cheer. The loudest was from the 1C bleacher area, but Shinso wasn't focused on that. He didn't know his opponent yet. All of his attention was focused on the door across from him, the door that would show the one he would have to defeat. And our first representative from 1A. She's a lean, green fighting machine. Please welcome Midoriya Izuku. And Shinso felt his world narrow down to the door. It opened and there she was, striding into the arena with confidence he had probably never felt in his life. His eyes narrowed as he took her in. Midoriya Izuku had her head high, her eyes unshaken. Perhaps he was imagining the pale complexion and the shaky fingers. This time the cheer was much louder, and he felt his lip curl subconsciously. Of course. Class 1A had so many more eyes on them, it would make sense that everyone was rooting for the 1A kid to win. But when she saw him, something shifted in the air. Their eyes connected. The clear green pools showed something. Recognition? Fear? He really couldn't tell. Then, fight. As soon as the clear command came through, his opponent ran from her spot, making her way to the center of the ring. He took his time, knowing that with his plan he would probably win anyways. She skidded to a stop, assessing him. He knew he had to get her talking, but how? That should do it. You know, I didn't think that Muscular was enough of a coward to back out of the competition, and there it was. Her nostrils flared, and anger pooled in her eyes. Don't insult him. Midoriya had been staving off a sensory overload for 5 minutes now. As she strode out to the cheering arena, she hoped beyond hopes that no one saw her hands trembling the way she was sure they were. Then her eyes met those of her opponents and something changed. The tension in the air had slightly thickened, and she furrowed her eyebrows a bit. His eyes were unreadable, the faintest hint of pain showing before being hidden. Shinso's pupils were a beautiful silvery color that complemented the purple of his iris. Then, fight! Without waiting, she sprinted to the center of the arena, getting as far from the outer boundary as she could. When she reached the center, she stopped, trying to assess Shinso. He seemed to be thinking of what to say, and she prepared herself for what he was going to say. Of course, nothing prepared her for the insults spilling from his mouth. You know, I didn't think that Muscular was enough of a coward to back out of the competition. And that was a bad thing to say. Anger, consuming, swamped her thoughts and she hissed out, "Don't insult him." And then something happened. Midoriya had no clue what had just happened, but the noise of the arena had faded out, a soothingly quiet buzz replacing it. All she could feel were her relaxed muscles. Her vision went to black and white, bright yellows and blues becoming grays. It was so much more peaceful, being able to hear nothing, see none of the colors that had previously plagued her mind. Then a voice. "You have a heroic quirk. But I can't let you win this. Walk out of bounds." Present Mike was screeching something, but she couldn't hear what. Against her will, she felt her legs start moving. Objectively, she knew that this was bad. But the voice was quiet, soothing her split nerves, and her mind was singing to follow it. Thought of not following the enticing voice, her mind screeched to follow, to let the voice control her mind. And then she saw them. 7 figures. All standing in the crowds. Of course, there was one problem with them. A hand went straight through one's head. The figure flinched and crouched down, before their eyes met with Midoriya's. They jumped up, smiling. The other 6 turned around, and one stepped forward. It was a female, the only one with a definitive figure. She looked at her, and then she nodded. All at once, control flooded back to her hands and she felt a finger twitch. She was almost over the boundary line. She felt one for all tingling under her skin, and saw the vague nod from the figures. They disappeared. Without hesitation, she flicked her fingers, letting one for all surge through them and into the ground. A cloud of dust surrounded her. Her fingers ached, a deep bone-hurting stabbing. Which made sense when she saw her crooked fingers. The noise and color of the arena slammed back into her, and she was glad for the cloud of dust. She really didn't want the whole arena to see her fall to her knees, clapping broken fingers over her ears and curling into the smallest ball she could. The wave of adrenaline had left her shaking, the spastic trembling of her muscles too extreme to be considered trembling. But as the dust started clearing, she forced herself to stand tall and proud. The wave of adrenaline had finally died down a bit, but oh gosh, was she going to collapse as soon as she was alone. No one around to worry about her. She slowly turned back around, looking at Shinso. He was shocked, his eyes wide. He stumbled back a step, seemingly unbalanced at the abrupt jerking of her away from his quirk. She tensed her legs and sprinted at Shinso, trying to get the match over with. His fist clocked her in the nose and she hissed in pain as blood started dripping down her lip. He kept shouting, trying to get her to respond. She never did. He had taken to aiming for her broken fingers, which hurt and she didn't appreciate it in the slightest, but she knew what she was going to do. One hand grabbed Shinso's wrist, the other braced on his rib. She grit her teeth and pulled, feeling Shinso fly over her shoulder with a yelp. Taking her arm off his rib, she followed through, hearing and feeling his back smash into the ground. He was out of bounds. She had won. And Midoriya Izuku takes the victory. What followed was a haze. Her fingers were bandaged and her forehead was smooched, then she was given a tissue for her nose and escorted out of the infirmary. As soon as she was free, she bolted, finding an empty room and slamming the door shut behind her. Her skin prickled at the feel of the jumpsuit, having gone from soft to unbearable scratchy and painful. All the noise had transformed into buzzing, but this wasn't the soothing buzz from earlier. This was harsh and painful, like a hive of angry hornets buzzing next to each ear. Not even making it to the wall, Midoriya let herself sink to the cool floor, pressing her forehead to the tile as she shook. All of her senses spiraled into sheer pain. The blood dripping down her face felt like knives stabbing through her lip, and she wasn't aware of the strangled screech forcing its way between clenched teeth. Shinso had watched over his shoulder, ignoring the hands pulling at his shoulder. He watched the way that Midoriya was stumbling out of the arena, and she wasn't even that hurt. Broken fingers and the nosebleed was the extent of her injuries. Not exactly stumbling like a drunk worthy. He had ignored the people chattering at him as he strode into the backstage of the arena, dodging classmates and teachers alike as he made his way to the other side of the arena. He had to check on her. He had been able to feel the sheer magnitude of how being brainwashed had relaxed her, and if it was that bad, she might want that piece of being in her own little headspace for a little longer. So, ignoring the calls of his classmates and the teachers congratulating him on getting this far, he walked into the hallway where she would have been taken, the infirmary hall. Peeking through the door showed that she wasn't with Recovery Girl anymore, so he moved down the hall. At least until he heard the strangled scream. It was short, lasting only a few seconds, but it set his instincts off in a way that he couldn't ignore. He knew that voice, no matter how strangled it was. Dashing down the hall, he finally skidded to a stop. There was a solitary door in the middle of the hallway, and the plaque next to it said that the room it led to was the 1A waiting prep room. He didn't even hesitate, throwing open the door. The room seemed normal, if chairs and tables being pushed aside was normal. And in the middle of the room, with choked sobs and intermittent pain-filled groans emanating, was Midoriya Izuku. She was crumpled over, tears spilling off her face and plopping onto the floor under her head. Before he could even think, he spoke. "Midoriya? Midoriya, are you okay? Come on." Even a whisper would work. "Just respond to my words." The girl let a pain-filled out at his words, but then the trembling in her limbs stopped. She just sat there, and Shinso let her regain her footing after the limb-shaking attack. Midoriya was aware of the pitiful whimpers spilling from her mouth. How couldn't she, when those whimpers sent daggers of pain through her ears straight into her brain? It was pitiful, she knew, but right now all focus was on her shot nerves, clothing chafing roughly against sensitized skin. Then the door rasped open behind her, and a sob escaped before she could control it. Midoriya, Midoriya, are you okay? The voice in the room sent spears of white-hot, blinding pain straight to her brain, and almost against her will an venom ripped out of her tight throat in response. Then that wonderful feeling returned. The one she felt during the battle. Instantly, all stimuli to her nervous system dissipated. She let herself float in the nothingness, relishing in the break from the real world. That warm voice, the one she had followed so blindly with no regrets earlier, was back. Midoriya, you're a mess. Did the noise of the crowd do this? She was aware of her mouth opening but no sound escaped. To her the room was silent. Then another question, from the voice she was growing to love. Do you want or need a weighted blanket? It'll help you ground yourself. Again her mouth opened. She did very much want a weighted blanket, thank you very much. The voice made an affirmative noise, then she was alone. Midoriya decided that she really liked this subspace. It was quiet, she was alone, there was no touch to trigger her nerves off. It actually felt really nice, being able to turn her mind off and let the person who found her care for her. Then something tentatively clasped over her head, and she couldn't help but gasp. It seemed to be a pair of headphones and she wasn't sure how this would help. But then the weighted blanket settled across her shoulders, and she felt her muscles relax even more in that was possible. A soft thing was tied around her face, and then the subspace retreated. It was still silent. The only difference was that she could feel a distinct ache in her back and knees. Her forehead was pressed against a cold floor. But she still couldn't see or hear. It flashed to her. Noise-canceling headphones and a blndfld. This person is too kind to care for me. A soft hand gripped her shoulder and gently pulled, and whoa, how did legs work again? She crumpled to the side, her back protesting in agony. Arms wrapped around her torso, being careful to keep the weighted blanket between the arms and her waist, before she was being hauled to a wall. Someone sat next to her and she didn't even protest, leaning on him. She ended up with her head in his lap, pressing her nose into his stomach. The rest of her was stretched out on her side, giving aching muscles a chance to stretch. She hummed, feeling her voice vibrate in the back of her throat. Exhaustion was dragging her down, and she knew better than to fight it. And with that, her consciousness fell into the dark abyss of blackness as she finally slept. Shinso finally let himself relax. Explaining to Recovery Girl why he needed a weighted blanket and noise-canceling headphones had been a chore, but Midoriya was worth it. Especially the way she was pushing her face into his stomach, trusting him to let her sleep, and gosh, he was in deep for her. But, is there anyone better to be crushing so deeply on? Unbidden, his thoughts flashed to Todoroki Shudo, the attractive half-and-half boy. Yeah, he was dead. Crushing on two people. Go him. Ojiro knew something was wrong. After the disastrous second part of the festival, he had backed out. How could he continue when he was brainwashed onto someone's team? How was that fair? At least he had warned Midoriya about the Class 1C kid's quirk. It was powerful, and if he was being honest, it was more of a villain's quirk than a heroic quirk. So yeah, of course he warned Midoriya. She didn't deserve to lose to him, all because of responding to a question. But then the teen, Shinso Hitoshi, insulted him. Him, who backed out because of Shinso. Yeah, Ojiro had been pretty mad. He was still feeling bad about whacking Mina repeatedly with his lashing tail. But Midoriya, being the stupidly loyal friend she is, had replied, and then she was walking towards the out of bounds. The whole class of 1A had been screaming at her to stop listening, to fight it, but Ojiro knew better. There was no breaking out of the trance. And then she had. All at once, a cloud of dust sparked with a second of green lightning was swirling from the side of the arena, and the screams had turned into murmurs of worry. Then the cloud dissipated. Midoriya was just standing there, inches from the boundary line. Then she turned, and Ojiro saw the green in her eyes. She had broken out of the trance. Was it petty if he was hoping that she won, if only to spite Shinso? If it was, he didn't care. Then she had battered him back, ignoring his yells. Ojiro had heard insulting remarks, something involving Uraraka, then something about quirks, and then he was flipped over her back and out of bounds. Ojiro would be lying if he hadn't started celebrating. Shinso was out of the festival. He couldn't use his quirk on any more students. Then he took a closer look at Midoriya. She was pale, and her fingers were shaking. The blood dripping from her nose didn't help the look. So, after watching the beginning of the next match, he left for the infirmary area. Only to bump into Shinso Hitoshi, the last person he wanted to talk to. The teen had been carrying some odd stuff, like a blanket, headphones, and a blndfld. Suspicious. But Ojiro had no time to investigate. He was looking for Midoriya. So he scoffed and ignored the Class 1C teen. There was one problem. Midoriya wasn't with Recovery Girl anymore. That was not ideal. So his next stop was the 1A prep room. Worst case, she wasn't there and was in the stands instead. Best case, she was in there and completely fine. He definitely didn't expect to hear Shinso's voice. Well, okay, you're gonna need help standing, right? And then, whoa, yeah, you need some help moving. Come on, work with me. Who am I kidding? You can't hear me. You've got those headphones on. Ojiro was confused. Why was Shinso in the 1A prep room? Not even hesitating, he shoved the door open, tail coming up and ready to smack whoever got in his way. He was greeted with the sight of Shinso Hitoshi, looking like a deer in headlights. Resting her head on his lap was Midoriya. He saw the headphones, the blndfld, and the blanket on her and almost instantly realized what must have happened. His sister was autistic, and she had sensory overloads a lot. Of course, even if Shinso had helped her out of it, that didn't mean that Ojiro had completely forgiven him yet. So, without saying a word, he crossed to the wall and gently gathered Midoriya up in his arms. She just let out a sleepy mumble and squirmed a bit closer to the warmth of his chest. He raised an eyebrow at Shinso, who looked like he was about to fight for Midoriya. Listen, you may have used your quirk, you may have not. It doesn't change the fact that you manipulated me. I'm taking her back to her family. Since when was Class 1A family? But it worked. Shinso lowered his head in understanding. I won't stop you. Ojiro was about to thank him, but then he remembered. So, with a simple nod of the head, he left the room with Midoriya bundled in his arms. Yaoyorozu Momo had been understandably worried. Ojiro had seemed unsettled since Midoriya got brainwashed by Shinso Hitoshi, and he had eventually fled the stands to find her. And, of course, because Yaoyorozu was that kind of person, she was getting worried. And, so when she saw Ojiro coming back with a bundle in a blanket, she scooched over and let him put the bundle next to her. He unfolded the blanket a little bit to reveal. Mido. Yes, she had a sensory overload. She needs to sleep. Can you give her a shoulder for now? Of course, pass her over. Midoriya's head was laid on Yao's shoulder, and she took a moment to readjust so the headphones stopped digging into her bone. She knew that she should have been watching the matches, but she found that she didn't mind watching Mido and making sure she didn't fall off her shoulder at all. It was nice, and she supposed it was because she was class mom. Speaking of, she smacked Mineta over the head when he made a grab at the sleeping figure, sending him tumbling down a couple of bleacher rows with a squawk. Back to Midoriya. She looked a lot more peaceful now that she was asleep, and Yao knew that it was because thoughts weren't buzzing through her brain anymore. She just hoped that she woke up before her next match. Speaking of her next match, it was against Todoroki, slated for about 30 minutes away. She should probably start waking Mido up, so she was fully awake for the match. Yaoyorozu started gently shaking Midoriya's shoulder, gently easing the blndfld and the weighted blanket off. She decided to keep the headphones on for now. The teen stirred, blinking large green eyes open. She furrowed her eyebrows, blinking slowly, then hands traveled to the headphones and her expression cleared from the confusion. Slowly edging the headphones off, she sighed in relief when the crowd was quieter than when she left. Yao smiled. How was the nap? Midoriya had lost herself to the blessed blackness long ago. All she could really remember was a shifting in her world and a warm, bulky chest close to her. She had snuggled herself more in that warmth, letting it help soothe her mind. A soft, fluffy thing had come up and laid itself over her shoulders, then she was gone. And while changing from that warmth to a cold seat was wacky. The cold wind and chill weren't very welcome either. She felt herself hum in confusion. There was a hand shaking her shoulder, and the weighted blanket she had been sure was still there was gone. Midoriya slowly blinked her eyes open, letting the light of the world reintroduce itself to her. There were headphones on her head. Why were there headphones? That was why everything was silent. She eased the headphones off, startled when the loud cheering of the crowd had dissolved into a quiet buzz of activity. A lot better than the screams from earlier. How was the nap? Midoriya startled at the voice, with amusement hidden in the tone. She looked up to see Ayorozu looking down, fond amusement playing in her eyes. From what I've heard, you had a sensory overload attack after the match. Shinso found you and helped you out, and Ojiro brought you back to the stands. So the calm headspace hadn't been a dream. That was a relief. She felt her hands twitch and she frowned. The sudden longing for a fidget cube had risen without any warning, and she had no other way to stim readily. Well, never mind, because now she was making little chirping noises. Go her. Yao didn't question the noises, instead Midoriya saw her arm glow. A familiar shape appeared, and Midoriya's eyes widened. Here, I saw that Bakugu destroyed your fidget cube, so I made another. If you need anything like stim toys or something, you can ask. Taking the cube, she smiled a little bit and nodded to the older girl. For once in her life, she didn't feel like talking. Then she saw the ice. There was a huge spire of ice, freezing some crowd members and extending past the top of the arena. Midoriya's eyes widened. Yao noticed and glanced over. Yeah, that was Todoroki. He's scary when he gets to it. Ciro's somewhere in the middle of that ice. And wow, blood, thanks for going straight to Midoriya's face. That was helpful. Wait, Mido, you're fighting him next. Midoriya's eyes shot wide open. Was facing him. This was going to be interesting. Survey Finji. And the next match, the one you've all been waiting for. The legacy we've all had our eyes on. Todoroki Shudo. Midoriya swallowed, trying to calm herself down. Just her, fighting against one of the boys she had a huge pan crush on. It was fine, it was fine, it would be fine. She would make it fine. Speaking of, it was her turn to head out to the field. And returning from her last match. The underdog, rising through the ranks of the world. Please welcome. Midoriya Izuku. She strode out to the arena, and this time the squared confidence in her shoulders was real. She had a game plan. And she knew. She was probably going to lose this match. But she couldn't let him wallow in pain and the past anymore. She eyed his body stance, quickly assessing it. He was stable, ready to throw a punch. She had an idea. Recovery Girl was going to kill her, unless she somehow miraculously found out how to use OFA correctly like right now. And then someone whispered in her mind. Distribution. What the heck? Distribution? What was that supposed to mean? Then, fight. Almost instantly, Todoroki sent a practical glacier of ice at her. Her mind, still caught on distribution, fired up OFA and wow, was that supposed to feel that different? Instead of a burning in the limb, it was a warmth, just hot enough to be recognized, flooding through her whole body. Todoroki looked taken aback, and he had been blown back several feet. Maybe that was because Midoriya had just shattered the glacier with a flick of a finger. That was unbroken. Wait, unbroken? Don't wait. Distribution? She had been thinking about distribution? If she ever got to talk to the strange voices again, she would thank them exuberantly. They had given her a crucial hint to control her power, and oh my gosh, she was actually so happy. But she smacked herself back to reality when another spike of ice sped at her. Another flick of a finger, another shattered glacier, with unshattered bones. She seriously owed the voice. Todoroki kept sending barrages of ice at her, and she kept shattering them with relative ease. He finally seemed to think of a different strategy and got in close, and the two were soon intertwined in hand-to-hand. Punches and kicks were thrown, and they seemed equal in strength. Until Todoroki got a hand on her arm. He flung her over his shoulder, and Midoriya landed on her own shoulder, screeching when something popped. The audience gasped, and she looked down. Dislocation. Not fun. Todoroki was coming back, so she quickly hopped up, leaving her arm to dangle and ache, and kicked him in the chest. He went flying, putting up a wall of ice to stop his backwards tumble out. The bounce. She saw ice creeping over his right side, and her eyebrows raised. He was freezing himself with his own quirk. Todoroki! Use your flames. The teen's head shot up at her yell, and he grit his teeth, sending another blast of ice to her. It was weaker. Todoroki, listen to me. You're going to kill yourself. Stop using your ice. The teen snarled, his normally unflappable facade cracked and warped to show the pain hidden underneath. This is my father's quirk, I will not win using it. Midoriya felt tears burning at the back of her eyes, and a flood of emotions threatened to swamp her. Todoroki, don't you understand? The words of an old All Might interview came to the front of her mind, words she grasped onto. A child's quirk is all their own, and none should be afraid of their own power. It isn't his power. That got a reaction. Todoroki's head snapped up, eyes fighting against the cold creeping through his body. Midoriya let herself shed one tear. Todoroki, it isn't his power. It's yours. You deserve to be the person you want to be, not the one he wants you to be. The audience was silent. Todoroki was stunned back. She watched his eyes shake, watched him battle back tears. Watched as the skin around his left eye, the scar beautifully contrasting the ice-blue iris, started to smoke. Then he burst into flame, and it was the most beautiful thing Midoriya had seen to date. Flames, all intricate oranges and reds and yellows, dancing through the air and bringing new light to the arena. The audience was illuminated by the blaze of flickering light, and in the fire for a brief moment Midoriya saw those 7 figures again. Then they disappeared, and despite the situation she felt that she had done the right thing. She saw one tear slip down Todoroki's face, and then a soft smile. The softer one, meant only for her, grew into a wild, toothy grin. He met Midoriya's eyes, and she was oddly comforted at the trust he had in her, to actually use the flames he had suppressed for years. Midoriya, Cementos was flowing cement towards them, Midnight releasing gas while shouting something. Thank you. She smiled, firing up OFA with distribution in mind, and then Todoroki was moving a blazing hand towards her and she was blasting OFA through her body in the air, and then there were cement walls there. And then she was blasted backwards as the air exploded. Midoriya felt a wall at her back. It was cushy, and she vaguely realized that there was a small crater around her. Her shoulder was giving her a dull ache, but the numbness stealing through her mind was taking over. It was silent, all she heard was her own breath. Reaching a hand to the edge of the crater, she grasped it and used it to haul herself out of the wall. As soon as she emerged into the sunlight, she was greeted with the sight of Todoroki, across the arena, panting with his shirt half burnt off. He looked triumphant, but as soon as he saw she was moving the victorious face dropped. She blinked, then there was a body supporting her and whoa, when did the floor get that close? The thing cradling her was weirdly temperatured, with one cold arm hanging on and one warm arm grasping her waist. She blinked slowly, and when she opened her eyes again she was laying sideways in the dirt. People were yelling above her, and then she dipped back into the comforting blackness. She didn't come out. Midoriya stretched out, uncurling with a happy sigh. Said sigh got choked in her throat when she remembered. The match, flames, the explosion, then pain it hurts a thirts. So, where was she? It definitely wasn't UA's sports festival arena anymore. It was a soft silver, with the ground she was sitting on pitch black. Nana, you got her to use OFA correctly. She still got awfully hurt though. That's a lot of damage. Daigoro Banjo, I swear on my now immortal spirit if you meme one more time. Ah, you love me for? Debatable. Nah, for's beautying me. Now for, don't be rude to Daigoro. It isn't his fault that you're a boomer. Oh, I'll show you boomer you little dash. Guys chill. 3, you should see if she's here. You're the most motherly person here, and I think that Nana broke through the mental block that was keeping us from originally interacting. Got it one. If I find her, I'm carrying her back and force-feeding her Katsudon. That is fair and valid and I love you 3. Ah, thank you Daigo. That means a lot. Midoriya blinked. Who did the voices belong to? Then she realized. Nana means 7. Daigo means 5. The users of One for All. They were here. The squeak that escaped her throat was just pitiful. From literally nowhere, a matronly woman appeared in front of her. She had citron eyes, with sunny yellow hair. Her face was lined with smile marks, and her skin was a creamy mocha. She gave Midoriya a reassuring smile, and the motherly waves coming from her made Midoriya relax a bit. She crouched and tried to put a hand on Mido's shoulder. The flinching and scooting away was reflex. She wasn't proud of it, but it was. The woman didn't seem perturbed, simply kneeling. She held her arms out, leaving herself open. The motherly vibes were still emanating from her, and the feel was so home that Midoriya felt herself tearing up. She gently uncurled from her ball, creeping forwards. The hug she tackled the older woman in surprised herself, but the tears that sprung to the surface at the feel of a warm, comforting embrace after the pain she had just endured was not a surprise. Slender fingers carted through her hair, and a large but well-muscled arm drew her tighter. Midoriya just let herself go, sobbing into the user's shoulder and drawing comfort from the warm embrace. It smelled like home, comforting and warm and just right. The user in question was crooning soft, reassuring words to her in what seemed like German. Then she raised her voice, just a little bit, and spoke. 6, I love you to death, but if you dare come closer and disrupt this girl, I will have to end you. The person she was talking to had obviously backed off, if the hum of approval was anything to go by. Midoriya gently brought her head out of the woman's shoulder, bringing a hand up to wipe the remaining tears from her face. When she opened her eyes again, she was met with another smile. The woman gently opened her arms, giving Midoriya the choice to either keep in contact or step away. Mido gave her one more squeeze and then let go. From further away, woman in a black top put her hands on her knees, puffing. A red skirt was attached to her waist, and black hair messily thrown into a bun was floating around her head. Intelligent black eyes took in Midoriya's form, and a feeling of approval settled itself in her heart. Oh, I knew that Toshi chose right. Congratulations, Midoriya Izuku, on making it to the realm of the users of One for All. A taller man, behind her, huffed in what seemed like annoyance. Yes, welcome, get ready to be drowned by memes courtesy of Daigoro. A little black whip, like a snake, wound into the clearing and wrapped itself around the man. Said man looked like he was about to die. Oh no, out of literally nowhere, a shorter man with wild brown hair and a mischievous glint in toffee eyes appeared, jumping through a mass of black whips. Oyeah. The man groaned, and the shorter one just hooped and punched the air. Midoriya grinned. She knew how to go about interacting with him. Stop, I could have dropped my croissant. The shorter man, who she was guessing was Daigoro, had stopped stock still as he processed her words. It was silent. Then the tall man let out a kill me groan and Daigoro cheered. Heck yeah! A fellow member Viner. Vine will never die. I like you already. The black-haired woman had snatched Mido's phone and had entered a phone number in, before texting something and tossing it back. There, I have your number now. Be ready to be added into the user group chat, it's gonna be wild. Midoriya felt fuzzy, like something was shrouding her mind. The smiling faces of the users was the last thing she saw in the silver-skied world, 7 goodbyes ringing through her head. Then one instruction. Tell Toshi that Nana Shimura says hi. The next time she opened her eyes was to the roof of the infirmary ward. Shinso was in awe. He had made his way back to the stands at the beginning of the match between Midoriya Izuku and Todoroki Shudo, and had watched as the both of them strode out and Midoriya sent a wave to the audience. This fight she was more relaxed, with a healthy tone to her skin and steady hands. It was crazy to think that, just about an hour ago, he had found her completely broken down and at her weakest point. But here she was. Strong and unstoppable. Then there was Todoroki. He had a cool facade, never showing emotion, never smiling. Stoic and immovable. Unstoppable force, meet immovable object. This was gonna be fun. Then the match started and a wave of ice was blasting towards Midoriya. Her body lit up, literally, green and red lightning arcing over her skin. She raised a hand, pulled it into a fist. The glacier shuddered to a stop, then Shinso could only watch as it fractured, before blowing into pieces. A blast of cold wind accosted the arena, making him shiver. Todoroki had been blasted back several walls of ice, stopping right in front of the boundary line. Then he saw Midoriya. A single finger had been outstretched. She destroyed that glacier with the flick of a finger. WOW. The two had broken out in a run towards each other, the battle of quirks quickly turning into hand-to-hand combat. That particular part ended when Todoroki flipped Midoriya over his shoulder, the girl's resulting scream shocking the whole audience. Her arm was dangling from her shoulder, which did not look good. It was obviously dislocated. Another wave of ice. Another shattered glacier. It was now who could surprise the other. The least into Todoroki. Use your flames. The whole arena fell silent. That was unexpected. Todoroki, listen to me. You're going to kill yourself. Stop using your ice. The spikes of ice had slowed down considerably, and Todoroki was panting, his right side slowly freezing over. The teen snarled back, tone just loud enough to hear. This is my father's quirk, I will not win using it. Shinso had no clue what exactly was going on with them, but the emotions rising high were affecting everyone. It isn't his power. The sudden outburst had everyone frozen. Midoriya's tone was pleading, beseeching Todoroki to listen. Todoroki, it isn't his power. It's yours. You deserve to be the person you want to be, not the one he wants you to be. Shinso watched as both of the contestants froze. No one in the audience made a noise, too afraid of breaking this moment. Then Todoroki's red hair started smoking, and then his left side burst out into flames, leaping tall and illuminating the audience in its flickering light. It was beautiful. And whoops, there goes the other half of Shinso's heart. Cementos was flowing liquid cement towards the two contestants, and Midnight was releasing her sleeping gas. If we don't stop them, they'll tear each other apart. The two lunged at each other. Todoroki was bathed in white-hot flames, Midoriya had green and red lighting running through her body, and they both lunged at each other. Cement walls were thrown up seconds before impact, and the hit of both forces caused them to bow in, then burst apart. The following explosion had everyone ducking for cover, yelping and screaming. As Shinso got under his seat, he saw a flash of green fly into the wall. The smoke cleared. People stood up and looked down with confused, dazed murmurs. Shinso carefully wiggled himself out from the precarious position he had gotten himself into, looking at the field. And Todoroki was literally one of the most handsome guys he'd ever met. How was this fair to his panicking panheart? A hand grasped the edge of a crater in the far wall. Todoroki's head snapped to the wall, and then he was on the other side, supporting a body that flopped out of the hole. Then the body was on the floor, with Todoroki being pushed back by Aizawa and Present Mike saying something to the audience. Midoriya Izuku is unconscious and out of bounds. Todoroki Shuto wins. Midoriya blinked at the roof of the infirmary. Wasn't she just here? For a bloody nose? Wait, right? She fought Todoroki. The woman's voice rang through her mind again. Tell Toshi that Nana Shimura says hi. Who was Toshi? The door slammed open and All Might, in all of his skinny glory, burst through the door. Midoriya just looked at him, watching as he regained his breath. He finally looked up, meeting her eyes. Young Midoriya? He came further into the room, and as soon as he got close enough, Midoriya lunged out and wrapped him in a tight hug. He was stiff, but then he relaxed as he realized what exactly was going on. Young Midoriya, you figured it out. You figured out one for all. Midoriya let out a little laugh of happiness, caught up in her mentor's excitement. The smile stilled a little bit as she remembered the woman. All Might, do you know who Toshi is? The user told me to tell them that Nana Shimura says hi. All Might had gone still. He slowly brought his phone out of his pocket, pulling up a picture of someone. Turning the phone around, he showed a picture to Midoriya. It was a selfie of a young teen. He had long blonde hair, with two strands making an upside-down V in front of bright blue eyes. He was getting his face pulled into a smile by yellow gloves, which led to the woman Midoriya had seen in that dreamscape. Black hair, in a messy bun, a black top, red skirt. The woman was Nana. Nana Shimura was the 7th user of OFA. She trained me in it before facing All for One. She didn't survive past that fight. How did you know her name? Midoriya had fallen silent. At the gentle prompting from All Might, she startled back to reality. She told me to tell Toshi to say hi from her. Are you Toshi? All Might looked back at her. Toshinori Yagi, my name. Catfee, how do gay panic please? Coughat, I was wondering how long it would take you to ask that again. Catfee, I literally have a nosebleed arn. Coughat, okay, who's the gay panic for this time? Catfee Midoriya? Todoroki? BOTH? Oh dear. Indiscriminate cat noises. Shin, you're crushing on both Mido and to do right? Catfee's indiscriminate cat noises. Suffer Catfee, ROOD. Class 1 Uraraka Ochako. ISMIDOOKAY. Todoroki Shudo. I did not know the arena would explode, I feel so bad. Uraraka Ochako. Is she okay Todoroki? Todoroki Shudo, she'll be okay, just woke up. Uraraka Ochako. GOOD. Kirishima Ijuru, that battle was hecka manly. Hagakure Turu. None of y'all saw it, but there was a kid from 1C that was low-key having a gay panic over the battle. Hagakure Turu. He saw Todoroki's lack of shirt and got a nosebleed. Hagakure Turu. Imprying Arn. Uraraka Ochako. Hagakure don't do anything rash. Hagakure Turu. JFLDSKVBVFDS. Uraraka Ochako. It's been 5 minutes WHAT happened. Hagakure Turu. Go Odims. Private message. Hagakure Turu. The dude has a crush on both Midoriya and Todoroki. Uraraka Ochako. What T-chapter text. Class 1 Kirishima Ijuru. I just realized that literally no one's been on this chat for like a day and I plan to rectify that. Kirishima Ijuru. Time to spam. Kirishima Ijuru. Guys. 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 Jirkyuka. I come online 269 new messages. Jirkyuka. NIC. Yayarozu Momo. Kirishima WHY. Kirishima Idru. BC. The author was running out of ideas and wanted to get to something on Wednesday, so she filled space with me spamming. Uraraka Ochako. Nanith. Midoriya Izuku. This message radiated void energy. Kirishima Idru. She sees all. Yayarozu Momo. This does not fill one with good feelings. Aizawa Shoyuda. Kirishima, stop messing with the void. Aizawa Shoyuda. That stuff gets very dangerous very quickly. Aizawa Shoyuda. Also stop ruining the fourth wall. Midoriya Izuku. Wait, could that one song I like and the weird Google search count as messing with the void? Aizawa Shoyuda. What happens? Midoriya Izuku. Basically, it's a song in English called Peace Sign, and whenever I Google animes while listening to it I get a weird glitched out result for My Hero Academia. Aizawa Shoyuda. Sounds like void activity to me. Kirishima Idru. The author just started looking very exasperated. Did I do something wrong? Aizawa Shoyuda. Aizawa Shoyuda. Stop interacting with this author. Kirishima Idru. She just told me she lives in America. Kirishima Idru. INTERESTING. Aizawa Shoyuda. Enough of that. Aizawa Shoyuda has locked the chat for one-day chapter text. Midoriya poked their head into the meeting room. All of the girls were already there, Uraraka, Mina, and Hagakure chattering cheerily, and Jairu, Tsuyu, and Yayarozu quietly talking to each other. Mina's head popped up, and the bubblegum-colored girl gave a broad smile to them. Mido! You made it! They smiled back at her before nudging the door open a little more, showing the huge box in their hands. A little help please? Yao yelped and scrambled to her feet, taking the box so Midoriya could actually get into the room. After slipping in, they shut and locked the door. Hagakure's clothes were moving like she was bursting with a question, and as soon as Midoriya looked at her, her sleeves started waving wildly. Mido! Do you remember telling us about the weird Google search you tried? They nodded, and she continued. Well, I got a new laptop, and I want to try it. Can you show us what to do? Midoriya sighed, before smiling. You know what, why not? My own computer is a junk heap and I literally use an old iPod I refurbished, so maybe a more advanced one won't glitch. The laptop was placed on the coffee table that was too big to get out the door. The girls and Mido gathered around it. Pulling up YouTube, a quick search had the song she wanted. Jairu was bopping along to the song. Yayarozu was watching her best friend with a smile on her face, and Hagakure was too excited to see what happened. She opened a new tab and typed in animes with peace sign as a song. Just as she said, the first result was a link with the words, My Hero Academia, on it. Normally the computer would be glitching out by now. Maybe we'll actually be able to access the website. Hagakure ummed in impatience. Just do it already, I want to see this. Just then, the computer glitched out. The screen flickered different colors, before settling on a dark forest green tint the color of Mido's hair. It was silent. Then, text appeared. You know better than to mess with forces you do not understand, child. Hagakure gulped in fear. Mido's hands were shaking, and the other girls were huddled together. Stop doing this. You are angering the void. It does not forgive easily. What the? Jairu muttered to herself. Even now, I have to hold the wrath of the void back. It has promised to forgive. Don't go this far ever again. Some things are hidden, for your own good. Secrets that can bring the world, as you know it, to a screeching halt and destroy the known universe. What the W dash, Mina was nervously babbling in the background. This is your last warning. Do not venture into things beyond earthly control again. With a cheery buzz, the computer went back to normal. All of the girls were paralyzed, the weird happenings frightening all of them. Very slowly, Mido pulled something out of their pocket and raised it to show everyone. Anyone want to play FNAF? Almost instantly Mina had gotten over herself, waving her arms in the air excitedly. Ooh. Yeah. I've never played but I've wanted to for so long. Yayarozu shrugged, Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, and Tsuyu just croaked. Hagakure still seemed slightly traumatized, but even she got up to set the proper mood for Five Nights at Freddy's. The lights were shut off, the laptop was turned to max brightness and max sound, and the girls plus Mito were all huddled under a huge quilt Yao had literally pulled out of nowhere. Pizza had been ordered, and was being doled out around the huddle of girls. Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu had wanted mozzarella sticks, but Mina and Hagakure wanted pizza. So they ordered the cool mozzarella stick crust pizza. Everyone was happy. Mito swallowed their bite of cheesy delight down and asked with a bit of trepidation, "Who wants to go first?" To this day, the boys still can't explain the ghostly shrieks and screams that came from the room next to Uraraka's. They didn't think that they really wanted to. Class 1 Bakugu Katsuki, who the screamed last night. Kirishima Idru. It came from the dorm next to Uraraka's. Kaminari Denki, GHOST. Siro Hanta. Okay, but no joke, even before this I think the dorms are legit haunted. Siro Hanta. I saw something ruffling Midoriya's hair, even though there was no one there. Kaminari Denki. Yeah, and I heard Mito talking to someone in Bun's room, but there was no one there. All I heard after leaving was what sounded like a woman's laughter. Mina Ishido. Oikivich, is this the ghost theory? Mina Ishido. Last night I was playing FNAF with Midoriya, and when we got jump scared I heard like 7 other voices screeching with US. Todoroki Shudo. Guess we just found who screamed last night. Mina Ishido. One of them quoted a vine and I'm so proud of it. Midoriya Izuku. I see that you've met Daigoro. Yaoyorozu Momo. Hagakure. Mito, what the? Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Is kinda hard to explain. 7. You don't need to explain anything, Midoriya. 3. We can explain ourselves. Jiraiya. WHOMST. 5. Heck yeah, Pinky. 4. Oh gosh, another member. Midoriya and 5 are bad enough together. 1. This just in, 4 is a boomer. 4. 1 year older than I am. 7. Guys, don't tease 4, he's too old to take it. 6. Y'all are wild. 6. This is already awesome, heck yeah. Midoriya Izuku. Okay, how did you guys get in here? 5. Secret. Midoriya Izuku inhales. Midoriya Izuku. You're on timeout, get on top of the fridge, get up there. 5. This house is ANIGHTMARE. Ida Tenya. I don't even know what to say right now. Yaoyorozu Momo. Ditto. 7. Guys, chillax the heck out, let Mito be. 7. See you tonight, Mito. Midoriya Izuku. Guys, what the heck? Midoriya Izuku. They left. Midoriya Izuku. Okay, so basically my quirk connects me with like 7 other people who all had pretty much the same quirk. Midoriya Izuku. But they died, so I talk to their spirits. Midoriya Izuku. Still not sure how they got phones though. Tokoyami Fumikich. What a mad banquet of darkness. Mina Ishido. Jelf Kyuds. Kaminari Denki. WHOADDEDYOU. Tokoyami Fumikich. I have always been here. Jiraiya. Well, that's not creepy and threatening at all. Chapter text. Girls chat plus Mito. Midoriya Izuku. I might be late to class today. Midoriya Izuku. Cramps are being R00D and I physically can't walk Arn. Midoriya Izuku. I'm sorry, just tell Aizawa Sensei I'll show up soon enough. Uraraka Ochako. Oh, are you okay? Midoriya Izuku. Kiinda? Uraraka Ochako. Midoriya Izuku. Uraraka Ochako. D. Mina Ishido. I got ya, bab? Midoriya Izuku. He him his. DM between Shinso Hitoshi and Mina Ishido. Mina Ishido. Location sent. Mina Ishido. Your mans is in pain. Mina Ishido. Go help him. Shinso Hitoshi. Wait, is that Midoriya? Shinso Hitoshi. I'll be right over. DM between Todoroki Shuto and Mina Ishido. Mina Ishido. Location sent. Mina Ishido. Hey, yo, crush is hurting, go help him out. Todoroki Shudo. I'll be there in 5. Toda Shindiga. Mina Ishido. Screenshot point 1. Mina Ishido. Screenshot point 2. Uraraka Ochako. KLS DJFTKRB Desemaf. Gyrakyuka, it's really forward. Gyrakyuka, you did great. Yayarozu Momo, wow Mina. Kaminari Denki, what's going on Mito? Mina Ishido, he's getting cramps. Hagakure Turu, that was smooth Mina. Hagakure Turu, good job. Mina Ishido. Kirishima Idru, I'm impressed. Bakugu Katsuki, you nerds. Bakugu Katsuki, Deku's oblivious. Mina Ishido, we'll see. Mina Ishido, we'll see. Girls chat plus Mito. Midoriya Izuku, Jadison Fkarbidsenfeldet. Midoriya Izuku, I have no clue what y'all did. Midoriya Izuku, but BOTH of my big pan crushes appeared in my dorm. Midoriya Izuku, WAIT they wanna discuss some Gerbondomskbergfensum. Mina Ishido, OHMYGOSH. Gyrakyuka, get it Mito. Yayarozu Momo, everyone quiet, they need to focus. Yayarozu Momo has locked the chat for one. Class 1 Aizawa Shoyuda. Aizawa Shoyuda, clearly something's going on. Aizawa Shoyuda, Midoriya doesn't show up. Then Todoroki leaves, for the bathroom, and never returns. Aizawa Shoyuda, then I get an alert that a 1C, soon-to-be moved, kid is in the dorms. Aizawa Shoyuda, tell me what's happening. Right now. Kirishima Idru, SCATTER. Aizawa Shoyuda, you can't avoid me forever, Kirishima. Big pan happiness. Shinso Hitoshi, it's been like a whole school day that we've spent discussing this. Shinso Hitoshi, but are you guys sure that you want to do this? It's not too late to back out. Todoroki Shudo, I want to do this. Midoriya Izuku, same. I've had a huge crush on you, Shinso, since our match in the sports festival. Midoriya Izuku, and Todoroki, I've had a crush on you since I first saw your beautiful face. Shinso Hitoshi, pretty much the same for me. Todoroki Shudo, same here. Midoriya Izuku, I am so happy RN. Midoriya Izuku, my crushes love me, my crops are watered, my skin is clear, the sun is shining. Todoroki Shudo, of course the sun is shining. Shinso Hitoshi, the sun is right in between me and Todu's arms. Midoriya Izuku, Lajdas Jakelkage Stugnifcase. Todoroki Shudo, smooth. Shinso Hitoshi, nailed it. Midoriya Izuku, Genfarseld Bigalavis Biva BFD. Midoriya Izuku, I've been hit by. Midoriya Izuku, I've been struck by. Midoriya Izuku, two smooth criminals. Todoroki Shudo, OWW. Shinso Hitoshi, WP. Shinso Hitoshi, also, Midori, crushes? Todoroki Shudo, I think it's about time we're called datemates, don't you think? Shinso Hitoshi, after all, we are dating now. And I love your cute little butt and am sure that Todo does too. Todoroki Shudo, I do love your cute little butt as well, and that goes for both you and Sho. Midoriya Izuku, SL F. Midoriya Izuku, also guys. Midoriya Izuku, ID. Todoroki Shudo, hit us. Midoriya Izuku, everyone's being nosy at our relationship, I'm guessing. Midoriya Izuku, we should pretend we aren't dating, just to mess with them. Shinso Hitoshi, my boyfriend is a genius. Todoroki Shudo, my boyfriends are genius. Midoriya Izuku, my boyfriends are being sappy and making me blush. Shinso Hitoshi, oh, I was unaware that there would be moments you aren't blushing? Todoroki Shudo, you're with us now, be ready to be loved and validated. Midoriya Izuku, welp I'm about to die via loving boyfriends chapter text. Toda Shindiga. Uraraka Ochako, are they and ITEM? Gyrakyuka, they better be if they aren't they're idiots. Bakugu Katsuki, Dekus and idiot already. Yayarozu Momo, don't be rude. Mina Ishido, Imesk. DM between Mina Ishido and Midoriya Izuku. Mina Ishido, Su? Mina Ishido, anything happen? Midoriya Izuku? Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, no, nothing's happened. Midoriya Izuku, they talked a bit, but both of them left a few minutes ago. Midoriya Izuku, Shinso told me to thank you for alerting him, and Todoroki just huffed, then they left. Midoriya Izuku, they helped a lot though. Mina Ishido. Mina Ishido. OMY go SH. Midoriya Izuku, Mina? Toda Shindig. Mina Ishido, Kosvchberch. Mina Ishido, screenshot point 1. Jai Rukyuka. Tsuyu Azui, this is frustrating. Yayorozu Momo, I cannot believe this. Kaminari Denki, WOW. Kirishima Iger, well. Bakugu Katsuki, WHATDIDISAYYYOU. Uraraka Ochako, this is physically painful. Big Pan Happiness. Midoriya Izuku, guys, I just found a way we could reveal our relationship. Shinso Hitoshi, I'm already interested. Todoroki Shudo, give me the idea. Week-long time skip BCM stupid and have no clue how to fill in info. Midoriya hummed as they walked into the classroom. They could already hear Bakugu yelling, and then snarky but calm responses from their boyfriend. Their other boyfriend was sitting in the back. When they caught his eye, he winked. It was go time. Carefully making sure that Uraraka and Mina were watching, they strode to the back and pressed a brief kiss to Todoroki's mouth. When they went to stand up, Todoroki held their neck down, lengthening the kiss. It was soft and tender, and whoa, that was an amazing first kiss, and they were WK for their boyfriend. Shinso made an injured noise behind them, and Midoriya huffed a breath of laughter out. Turning to where they knew that Shinso had moved to, they wrapped their arms around his waist and pulled him into a kiss as well. Instantly, Ida started screeching about something or other, Mina was squealing, Uraraka was chattering, and Aizawa-sensei, when did he get here? Was just standing at the front. Midoriya, I cannot believe you've done this to Todoroki. This is improper behavior for a student of U.A. Ida was chopping the air, spitting words out. Todoroki, I apologize deeply for Midoriya dash. Todoroki stood up. Midoriya, how dare you? Ida opened his mouth, then, I thought we agreed that I would be Shinsu's first kiss. Shinso smiled like a wolf, leaning over and placing his lips on Todoroki's. From behind them came the sounds of engines backfiring. Ida just stood there, mouth hanging open and hands stuck in chopping motion. Then he fell over. Jairu burst out in laughter when she saw Ida fall, and Yayorozu muffled her own laughter behind a hand. Mina was too busy squealing to laugh. Uraraka accidentally made herself float in surprise at the clunky thud that came from the floor. Hagakure's seat was violently wobbling, the empty clothes waving through the air. At the front, Aizawa cleared his throat. Yes, the children aren't alone anymore. Everyone get your notebooks out and turn to page 394. Wow, who likes school anymore? Aizawa Shoyuda. Okay, I know there was a pool open. Aizawa Shoyuda. Whoever bet against Shinso, Midoriya, and Todoroki getting together, gimme my winnings. Kiyama Namuri. WOT. Hisashi Yamada. Unexpected but not surprised. Yagi Tashinori. I was waiting for them to announce it. Yagi Tashinori. It's been painfully obvious. Yagi Tashinori. Also, Nizu, I'm just letting you know I'll be off campus tomorrow. Yagi Tashinori. I have a date. Nizu, understood, have a good date. Kiyama Namuri. DAT? Snipe, are you datin' a belle or a cowboy? Ectoplasm. Snipe, oh my gosh. Kiyama Namuri. Apologies, Snipe, but that Esigi. Snipe, well I tried. Yagi Tashinori, she's a lovely woman. Maybe one day I'll bring her to the school and introduce everyone. Hisashi Yamada. YEAAAAAAAH. Aizawa Shoyuda. Hisashi Yamada. Relaxing right the now. Aizawa Shoyuda. Good husband. Kiyama Namuri. Koftsvingfkabitskasks. Snipe. Y'all broke midnight. Aizawa Shoyuda. Yo. Hisashi Yamada. Yo. Nizuo. Yagi. Tashinori. Yo. Yagi Tashinori. Y'all, from his girlfriend. Yagi Tashinori. Sorry she wanted to say that. Ectoplasm. Yo. Snipe. Shut your up. Class 1 at Todoroki Shudo. I just saw All Might sneaking in a woman. Todoroki Shudo. He kissed her cheek. Midoriya Izuku. Stop chatting. Midoriya Izuku. Sleep. Todoroki Shudo, it's like 7:30? Midoriya Izuku, SLEP. Todoroki Shudo, okay bab. Time skip. Big pan happiness. Midoriya Izuku, Jadien KMHFK Diesel. Midoriya Izuku, CNG anyone anuser. Midoriya Izuku, Pulsui ist Nieda. Midoriya Izuku, Pulsenfer. Todoroki Shudo, wait. Todoroki Shudo, babe what's wrong? Shinso Hitoshi, im amu to the dorms. Todoroki Shudo, thanks, love. Shinso Hitoshi, love. Todoroki Shudo, bib. Shinso Hitoshi, im in the common room where you at. Todoroki Shudo, you are too slow im at Bun's room already. Todoroki Shudo, Bun's door is locked. Shinso Hitoshi, dang it. Shinso Hitoshi, I'm going from the outside, Bun has a window. Todoroki Shudo, K. Todoroki Shudo, wait, Bun's on the second floor. Shinso Hitoshi, dang it. Todoroki Shudo, okay, what do we do? Shinso Hitoshi, should I wake up Aizawa sensei? Todoroki Shudo, wait. Todoroki Shudo, I'll go outside, I can use ice to get myself up to Bun's room. Shinso Hitoshi, smart genius babe, love. Todoroki Shudo, love. Todoroki Shudo, here goes. Class 1 Tokoyami Fumikage, if anyone sees Dark Shadow anywhere please tell him to come back. Tokoyami Fumikage, I can't find him and he isn't coming back Arin. Aizawa Shoyuda, Tokoyami why is your Quirk trying to drag me to the dorm room? Aizawa Shoyuda, and he just picked me up why does he do this? Tokoyami Fumikage, I am so sorry Aizawa sensei but the void does as he pleases. Aizawa Shoyuda, understandable have a nice night. Aizawa Shoyuda, that might be why. Aizawa Shoyuda, what is she doing right now? JPG. Tokoyami Fumikage, what a mad banquet of darkness. Kaminari Denki, hello yes why is Todoroki making an ice pillar outside? Kirishima I drew. I thought I was hallucinating that part. Aizawa Shoyuda, go to bed class I'll take care of Todoroki. Aizawa Shoyuda, and he's trying to get into a window. Jairukyuka. Yaoyorozu Momo? Guys? Yaoyorozu Momo, we all know Mito was born female. Yaoyorozu Momo, where is after text? Bakugu Katsuki, Deku's door is locked. Bakugu Katsuki, Bun never locks Bun's door at night. Aizawa Shoyuda. Aizawa Shoyuda, this has gone on long enough. After tonight, Mineta will be gone. Mina Ishido, yes the purple grape guy is gone. Mina Ishido, but is Mito okay? Aizawa Shoyuda, everyone move. Kaminari Denki, you Todoroki is struggling to break this glass what's going on? Kaminari Denki, envim him up sensei. Uraraka Ochako, and tonight on why my phone is vibrating off the table, 3 AM edition. Uraraka Ochako, WAIT what? Aizawa Shoyuda, everyone back to their dorms, I don't want anyone important getting hurt right now. Kirishima I drew, while hurt him. Kaminari Denki, back it up. Siro Hanta, LEAV. Time skip. Class 1 Aizawa Shoyuda, I found Midoriya. Aizawa Shoyuda, I'm just going to say what happened here. Aizawa Shoyuda, Mineta snuck into their room while they were asleep and used his quirk to stick the door lock and the window lock stuck. Then he used his quirk to stick their arms to the bedposts. Aizawa Shoyuda, they woke up while he was trying to get their legs stuck too, and panicked when, I'm guessing, he did something. Aizawa Shoyuda, they activated their own quirk, but Minetas were still sticking to them so they broke the bedposts off. Aizawa Shoyuda, from the footprint shape on Mineta's chest, I'm assuming they kicked him across the room and used that distraction to get into, and lock, the closet. Aizawa Shoyuda, I assume they tried to text for help, but the closet is too small to comfortable type, and they had their arms attached to the bedposts still, so if it was awkward and messed up that's why. Aizawa Shoyuda, Mineta has been restricted, so that's when I found them in the closet. Aizawa Shoyuda, they are refusing flat out to leave the closet. It is unknown how far Mineta's gone, but from the crying I'm guessing he did, somehow, violate them in some way. Todoroki Shudo, do I need to kill the grape? Todoroki Shudo has added Shinso Hitoshi to the chat. Shinso Hitoshi, what? Shinso Hitoshi, wait. Shinso Hitoshi, let's go kill a grape. Uraraka Ochako, I'll help. Gyrakyuka, he has been less handsy in the past week. Gyrakyuka, was he planning this all week long? Yaoyorozu Momo, I did see a pad of paper with his name on it that had a dorm room layout on it. Hagakure Turu, what? Hagakure Turu, he asked me to map out Midoriya's dorm room a couple times. Hagakure Turu, I refused OFC. Aizawa Shoyuta, girls boys, if this applies, you need to come forward with the stuff Mineta's done. His parents are stubborn that he's done nothing wrong, and we need as much proof as we can get. Gyrakyuka, I have several examples. Uraraka Ochako, he waits by the girls' locker room door, trying to peek in the window. Yaoyorozu Momo, he'll use his sticky things to stick to my thighs. Gyrakyuka, he's tried to grope me several times. Hagakure Turu, he came up to me and asked whether I was actually a girl, like down there, and when I said of course he asked if he could feel for proof. Aizawa Shoyuta, gosh, he needs to be gone 2 months ago. Mina Ishido, yeah, he's smacked my butt several times, and I think he might have gotten pictures of me asleep. Aizawa Shoyuta, and I'm guessing that when Mito was first female, he tried to do stuff to them then? Yaoyorozu Momo, they had a sensory overload once, and they had noise-canceling headphones, a sleeping mask, blanket, the whole sensory deprivation shebang, and he kept trying to grab at her while they couldn't fight back. Aizawa Shoyuta, okay, real quick, will anyone in this chat be triggered or panic if I show this evidence to the other teachers, the principal? Aizawa Shoyuta, we'll also confiscate his phone so, if he does have photos, he can't leak them or anything. Mina Ishido, I think I speak for the girls when I say that, if sharing it gets him out of UA sooner, then share it. Hagakure Turu, care. Kaminari Denki, that man, now I feel terrible for going along with him at the sports festival. Gyrakyuka, nah, most of the time he was especially terrible was when you weren't around. Kaminari Denki, still. Uraraka Ochako? Kami, I don't think any of us are mad at you for that. Kaminari Denki, are you completely sure? Mina Ishido, yeah. You're awesome. Kaminari Denki, I feel loved and validated. Wow, who likes school anymore? Aizawa Shoyuta. Screenshot point 1 Screenshot point 2 Evidence 1.jpg Evidence 2.jpg. Aizawa Shoyuta. Nizu, this cannot continue. Aizawa Shoyuta. I want him out of the school by morning. Nizu, that can be arranged, yes. Aizawa Shoyuta. Good. Kiyama Namuri. Whoa, I haven't looked at the files yet, what happened? Aizawa Shoyuta. He hurt my kids, made them feel unsafe in their own bodies, and assaulted one in their sleep. Hizashi Yamada, your kids OWO. Aizawa Shoyuta, put that back where it came from or so help me I will eviscerate you. Chapter text. Big Pan Happiness 4:30 a.m. Midoriya Izuku, thank you. Midoriya Izuku, thank you so much. Midoriya Izuku, I couldn't use my arms and I was scared. Todoroki Shudo, are you still in the closet in your room? Midoriya Izuku, that I don't want to leave it, it's the only thing keeping him out. Shinso Hitoshi, Mito, right now he's in the office with Nizu and Aizawa Sensei. Shinso Hitoshi, and right now he'd have to get through the whole of one Aizawa Sensei, All Might, the faculty, and To-Do and me. Todoroki Shudo, he'd be frozen in a glacier before he can say a word. Todoroki Shudo, you don't have to be touched if that's the issue. We won't touch you unless you want us to. Midoriya Izuku, really? Shinso Hitoshi, really? Todoroki Shudo, of course. Midoriya Izuku, can you come into my room and walk me to one of yours? Midoriya Izuku, I don't want to sleep here tonight. Todoroki Shudo, of course. Shinso Hitoshi, I have a little hiding spot in the vents in a school building. Shinso Hitoshi, Aizawa knows it exists. Shinso Hitoshi, no one else does. Todoroki Shudo, that sounds like a good idea, sounds secluded and calm. Midoriya Izuku, as long as it's away from here. Shinso Hitoshi, got it. Shinso Hitoshi, I'll text Aizawa Sensei and tell him that we're up there, and tell him not to expect either you or Todoroki in class. Todoroki Shudo, call me Shudo. Todoroki Shudo, both of you. Shinso Hitoshi, then call me Hitoshi. Midoriya Izuku, Izuku. Todoroki Shudo, okay, let's go get Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi, bun like the vents it's quiet. Todoroki Shudo, good. Midoriya Izuku, thank you guys so much. Todoroki Shudo, anything for my date mates. Shinso Hitoshi, care. Midoriya Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi, now come on, let's go to the vents. Todoroki Shudo, coming. Midoriya Izuku, waiting for you too. Todoroki Shudo, love. Shinso Hitoshi, love. Midoriya Izuku, love. Class 1A 7:30 a.m. Uraraka Ochako, has anyone seen Mido Todoroki? Yayoro Zumomo, I saw them sneaking into a different building a bit ago. Mina Ishido, Mido's boyfriends are with Bun so Bun'll be okay. Aizawa Shoyuda, I know where they are. Miwao 7:45 a.m. Kofet, Shinso. Kofet, why are you in the vents again? Catfee, Mido didn't want to sleep in his room, and he was paranoid that grape JRK would sneak back in and hurt him again. Catfee, he's sleeping Arin, Aizawa-sensei. Indiscriminate cat noises. Am I right to assume that Midoriya isn't gonna be in class today? Catfee, wow, who likes school anymore 12:15 p.m. Kiyama Namuri, why is there laughter coming from the vents? Kiyama Namuri, it's scaring my class, what's going on? Nizu, I assume there are students in the ventilation. Aizawa Shoyuda, it's Shinso, Todoroki, and Midoriya. Aizawa Shoyuda, Midoriya didn't feel safe in his own room, or even in his own dorm building, so Shinso is hiding him and Todoroki in his vent room. Kiyama Namuri, that makes more sense, but why is there laughing? Aizawa Shoyuda, gimme a sec. Miwao 12:20 p.m. Kofet, Shin-so why you be laughing? Catfee, Todoroki is being stupid and making Midoriya laugh, and it's so funny that I'm laughing too. Catfee, stupid boyfriend that is still ov.jpg. Kofet, thanks for the blackmail. Catfee, welcome chapter text. Ofa peeps unithiet. 9, whoa what's this? 7, Mido. 2, wait what? 1, I see y'all found Bun and got Bun's number. 9, I don't want to be either male or female Arin. 3, who hurt you? 3, I just want to talk, smiley face. 8, oh my gosh. 8, young Midoriya, I am so sorry that Nana dragged you into this. 4, letmeleav. 5, boomer. 9, 9, I didn't get a lot of sleep, so? If I say something concerning, that's why? 7, you good. 3, we won't judge. You at least. 1, you are family now, Midoriya. We've got the rabid member, the mom, the vodka aunt, the white wine dad, the boomer, the antisocial emo cousin, the grandpa that always has caramels in his pockets, and the pretzel stick. 1, you are now the broccoli son. 9, the pretzel stick. 7, have you seen Toshinori? 7, he's a pretzel stick. 8, I am disgusted, I am revolted, I dedicate my entire life to my savior one for all, and this is what I get? 5, nice usage, 9.510. 8, exqueeze what's that 0.5 missing for? 5, you forgot the Lord and part in front of the savior. 8, yes, a truly grievous mistake. 4, alright kids geo kill yourselves via memes and vines in peace I got to DD, RUNK. 7, white wine dad. 9, been there done that got the t-shirt left a 1-star review. 3, the drunk part or the other part? 9, well, exclude the meme and vine part. 9, I really have no clue what I'm saying Arin. 8, my kid. 3, who hurt you? 3, I just want to talk. 1, I have only known Midoriya for a few hours, but if anyone hurt them I will kill everyone in this group chat and then myself. 10. 4, letmegtd runkinpace. 4, wait who hurt you Mido? 9, stupid kids? I never enjoyed school until UA. 9, wasn't like anyone there liked me at all. 9, after all who wanted to hang out with the quirkless, at the time, loser? 9, Also, moms kept their kids from me BC. I was the quirkless and mentally confused kid, BC of my gender fluidity. So yeah. 8. Midoriya, do you need to vent about life before you? 3. Because if you want to, then you can do it here. We won't judge, and we're the safest people to keep a secret as we're dead. 9. Yeah, can I vent here? 3. Of course on. 9. Are y'all sure BC when I start I won't stop? 1. Go ahead, it'll help. 9. Let's go. 9. Basically everything was normal until I was proven to be quirkless. 9. My dad slowly started getting worse and worse, and eventually he and mom fought. 9. It was nasty, I think her arm still has the burn scar on it. 9. He left to America after that. 9. This was when I was 5 to 6. 9. So I was going through that and Kaken was being really rude. 9. I was the prime target at school, and everyone bullied. 9. I'd protect a kid from Kaken, then when he left they'd sock me and run away. 9. Then I hit middle school. 9. Stuff got tougher, especially when I was diagnosed as autistic and realized I was gender fluid. 9. Suddenly I went from the quirkless freak to the quirkless mentally ill and confused kid. 9. Any hope I had at friends were dashed. 9. I kept getting red spider lilies and white chrysanthemums on my desk. 9. Then Kaken told me, straight up, that the only way to get a quirk was to take a swan dive off the roof and hope I got one in the next life after exploding my notebook. 9. So, I was tired of life, and even All Might promising me his power wasn't enough. 9. I asked him to get back to me later, and I went home, and when mom was at her night shift, I went into the bathroom and, yeah. 9. The scars on my wrist are probably never gonna fade, never mind the ones on my arms. 9. And I've said too much gotta sleep BYE. 3. WA it who's Kaken. 3. Who do I kill for telling you that? 8. Wait, that nickname is familiar and exploding. 8. Young Midoriya, are you telling me that young Bakugo did that to you? 1. Midoriya. 4. Midoriya? 7. Ouch, I hate the world. 7. I am going to murder Kaken whoever that is. 5. Meme buddy. 6. I get online and see. 6. 6. NVM can I kill WU? 7. Field trip to Mito's place let's go. 1. I'm coming, hold y'all's horses. 4. Getting drunk is being put off, we gotta go kill a kid chapter text. Aldra JH was a big bad. Hiroka Kokiai, you guys did anyone else see the green-haired chick at the sports festival? For UA? Oyama Benjiro, you saw it too. Nakaharu Yuyu. Do you guys seriously think that that was Midoriya Izuku? Quirkless wonder? Stupid autistic red dead kid? Nakaharu, there's a reason we picked on her so much, Yakno. Yokoi SE. I mean, Present Mike himself announced her as Midoriya Izuku? Nakaharu, let's be honest, it was probably a half-sibling or something. I mean, her of a mom wouldn't have let herself stay alone for long, especially with a quirkless kid. Yurushido Gankuro? Yeah, like anyone would actually like the quirkless kid's fat mother like that. Yurushido Gankuro. I mean, I was taking the bus with her, and I swear the bus was tipping to her side. Hiroka Kokiai? Guys, just chill. I have an answer. Hiroka Kokiai. UA has their kids leave campus at least once a week for groceries for the dorms and such. Hiroka Kokiai. We just hang around the entrance till we see the green-haired kid. Hiroka Kokiai. If it is, we remind her exactly why she shouldn't have even tried for UA. Hiroka Kokiai. If it isn't, good for our peace of mind, right? Nakaharu, good plan. Nakaharu, my quirk does need to be exercised a bit. Oyama Benjiro. Hey, I can work on mine too. Yokiti, let's go. Class 1. Midoriya Izuku. Hey guys, I am going out for groceries. 111. Midoriya Izuku. Anyone want anything? Kirishima Idru. Can you get more of those shark seaweed nibbles? Midoriya Izuku. Of course I love those things too. Kirishima Idru. HECKYEA. Kaminari Denki. Get me fruit snacks. Bakugo Katsuki. If you don't get me at least 3 energy drinks, I will explode you 2 bits. Midoriya Izuku, got it. Todoroki Shudo, is there anything at the store as beautiful or delicious as your or Toshi's looks, Aizu? Midoriya Izuku, Roitsengorudomgolf. Midoriya Izuku, I'll get you their iced coffee, it's to DIEFOR. Shinso Hitoshi, double order please, same reasons. Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, final call. Mina Ishido, MOUNTAINDWNDORITOS. Midoriya Izuku, gamer fuel. Midoriya Izuku, on the list it goes. Satorikadu, sugar, normal brown and powdered. Midoriya Izuku, I'm heading out. Midoriya Izuku, I'll keep y'all posted. Midoriya hummed as he bounced out to the gate. A swipe of his shopping pass across the gate scanner and he was out, walking down the road. At least, until a familiar group of people started power walking towards him. He saw who they were and his stomach instantly fell to his feet. It was the gang. The only people that Bakugo would listen to other than himself in Aldra. Not that he did it often, but he would. They were also his main tormentors, again, except for Bakugo. And he did not want to run into them again, especially right now when his mind was kinda low already. So he tucked his head down, hunched his shoulders, and power walked. Until 2 hands grabbed his biceps and shoved him into an alley. He fell over, feeling the back of his head collide with a sharp thing on the ground. He hissed and tried to curl up, but a body straddling his hips stopped that. Looking up, he saw Hiroka Kokiai, long fingers the stuff of nightmares long past. Next to him, Urushido Gankuro, red demon wings stretching out and casting a familiar shadow of fear. Looking up at the girl straddling him, his blood ran cold. It was Nakaharu. Her quirk was over-sensitizing the body's nervous system and senses, and it had made for a bunch of terrible sensory overloads in the past. And, with her slipping cold fingers up his shirt, the skin-to-skin contact was made and he hissed again as the pain throbbing at the back of his head multiplied. He heard every rustle of clothing, saw every pinprick of light, felt every pebble and the cold fingers smoothing against his stomach in a, yet creepy way. Then Oyama Benjiro stepped up. His quirk was that as long as he was touching someone's skin, it would cause that someone immense pain. A dangerous quirk for a dangerous bully. Then Yokoi Se sidled up. Her quirk elongated quirk effects on a body. This was a dangerous combo. And of course, the one time they were all together was now. Where he was vulnerable on the floor. As he made to push himself up, smack the fingers out of his shirt, do anything to fight back, long fingers snagged his hands in a tight grip and held them above his head. And now he was more vulnerable. Grit. Nakahara hummed under her breath, eyes darkening. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. At first, we didn't think you had lived. Thought you jumped off a building, like everyone wanted. Yokoi continued. And then we see you in the UA Sports Festival. Oyama shook his head, sking a little. And we had to come by. Say hi, make up for old times, yak now. With a sinister grin he let it down, fingers approaching Midoriya's head. He thrashed against the floor, knowing what was about to happen. Yokoi grabbed Oyama's other hand, a soft sickly green glow indicating the use of her quirk. Sees. Like old times, the fingers made contact, and Midoriya's world went white. His back arched as much as it possibly could, as his senses were bombarded with pain that quickly became his only world. After what seemed like forever, the pain finally ebbed away and he fell limp, except for the occasional muscle twitch. His vision was spotty, and he could barely hear Nakahara giving out a tinkling laugh above him over the rushing in his own ears. Oh, only one session and you're already trembling underneath me? Thought it would take longer. As she spoke, one hand slid up and threateningly placed itself right over the Velcro holding his binder in place. Midoriya's blood ran cold. Do it again. I want to see him cry. The swell of dysphoria was swallowed by immense pain yet again, and he couldn't tell if the choked groan was actually leaving his throat. Then he came back to himself, and he noted that his binder had been undone. Then there was more pain. Without as long of a waiting PRD this time, It was worse, every sensation grating on already hypersensitive nerves. Then, all of a sudden, everything stopped. Something caressed his figure, a smooth tendril or whip. Then his bully's screams of terror. Then the sound of someone running away, tripping. Then a soothingly warm hand, shaking in either anger or terror, carding through his hair. Nana, go get Toshinori or Aizawa or Midnight or someone. He isn't gonna be able to walk. A hand slowly went down his shirt collar and fastened his binder again, and he let out an appreciative hum. It didn't occur to him just how these people were solid. He didn't care at the minute. All he cared about was the cool hand cupping his warm face, and the warm hand brushing through sweat-soaked curls. 6 wasn't sorry. Sure, they had lost control of their quirk, which had never happened before. Yeah, it was a little concerning. But were they angry about it? They never could be. And now, with them dragging 5 scared bullies, they were even worse. They were tormentors. They didn't deserve a name as good as bullies behind them in a light green bubble. They let their anger run hot under their skin. Nana had fled already, to UA using her quirk, float. She was getting Toshinori, Aizawa, Recovery Girl, Midnight, someone to help their broccoli boy back to UA and get the help he's gonna need. Good thing Midoriya had a whole family of extremely triggered ghosts. That always helped. 3 was brushing her hand through green hair, whispering sweet nothings to the boy as he stayed limp, tears eventually breaking the surface as he started sobbing. Her quirk, heat, was being used as she stroked his hair, warming her hands and body to an appropriate warmth to soothe the sobbing boy. The bullies cried out in alarm as their bubble got smaller, forcing them all together. 6 had made it painfully clear that if the bubble shrank, whatever limbs outside the circle would be plagued with a painful, severe pins and needles feel. That had scared the little JRKS into SBMSN. 1 was in the back of the alley, looking like he was re-evaluating his life decisions. 2 was next to him as he murmured to the OG OFA user. 2's quirk, labeled Trickster, was hard at work, the man's body and face switching so often that it was hard to tell who he was trying to emulate. 4 was punching the wall, growling in frustration. The next punch from his fist decimated the brickwork, his quirk, Scorch, showing through in a rare lack of control. Not that 6 could blame him, not really. Daigoro was surrounded by black whips, which were slowly winding through the air to gently surround 3 and Midoriya. He was barely controlling his own anger, if the black tendrils reaching towards the bully's sphere was any indication. Guys, I got the pretzel stick, let's go. Nana flew into the alley behind them and promptly crashed into the far wall. 6 suppressed their smirk and laugh. Now was not the time. Behind her, a blonde head rounded the corner, the tall skinny man stopping as soon as he saw Midoriya surrounded by the one for all users. Young Midoriya. Behind him, Aizawa Shoyuda, otherwise known as Eraserhead, skidded into view, hair defying gravity as narrowed eyes burned red. 6 felt his quirk forcibly turn off, like a lid forced onto a Tupperware. The bullies fell to the floor, one trying to scramble across the ground. Then Eraserhead's capture weapon lashed out and wrapped around the escapee, making her squeal in fear and tremble. Toshinori was still blinking at the scene. Nana? Daigoro? What are you all doing here? How even? 4 stepped forward. Toshinori, Midoriya was attacked. He was put under immense pain, which was bad enough that he lost control and brought us here. Needless to say, he is no longer in immense pain. Toshinori walked down the alleyway and kneeled next to his mentee. His hand went through his hair, and he furrowed his brow when they came back wet. Retracting the fingers, all of the users felt their hearts stop when they saw the scarlet coating long fingers, drips falling off as said fingers trembled. 3 looked agonized. Nana and 4 were staring. Daigoro was shaking, a fine tremor under his skin. 6, 1, and 2 had ceased everything, watching the deep scarlet. Eraserhead broke the silence. Class 1 Todoroki Shudo, hello yes? Who are the semi-transparent figures in Recovery Girl's office? Shiro Hanta, you saw them too. Kaminari Denki, I met one in the halls. Kaminari Denki, she just cursed when I asked her who she was and went around me. Kaminari Denki, Toshinori-sensei rebuked her, said her name was Nana, or something like that. Shinso Hitoshi, hello, yes, does anyone wish to try dissociation potion? Kirishima I drew. Dedissociation potion. Shinso Hitoshi, a mix of NyQuil, Benadryl, 5-He, Monster, Red Bull, and a splash of cooking alcohol. BC, I found that in the cupboard. Todoroki Shudo, kitten please. Shinso Hitoshi. Todoroki Shudo, guessed he liked the new nickname. Shinso Hitoshi, Aldra. Todoroki Shudo, yep. Shinso Hitoshi, anyways, who wants some potion? BCM drinking it now. Shinso Hitoshi, I dream of meeting the author that Kirishima mentioned earlier. Kirishima I drew. Oh, go ahead, she's really chill. Oh. Shinso Hitoshi, void, here I come. Todoroki Shudo, dear gosh, I'll be right there. Todoroki Shudo, kitten? Todoroki Shudo, Shinso? Jirakyuka, Shinso hit me up that good kush. Shinso Hitoshi, oh. Yaoyorozu Momo, oh gosh. Shinso Hitoshi, this person is weird. Shinso Hitoshi, she looks not like us. Shinso Hitoshi, compared to her we look. Shinso Hitoshi, animated. Jirakyuka, I am here and joining in the void. Yaoyorozu Momo, save me. Jirakyuka, you, this is WACK. Jirakyuka, why does she look so weird? Uraraka Ochako, I am concerned. Tokoyami Fumikage, what a mad banquet of darkness. Kaminari Denki, DUD. Kirishima I drew, were you here the whole time? Tokoyami Fumikage, the void knows all and sees all. Aizawa Shoyuda, okay chaos children, time for nighty night. Aizawa Shoyuda has locked the chat for 12 hours. Chapter text. Class 1 at Uraraka Ochako, so today's already been wild. Uraraka Ochako, I hear the faint sounds of the banana song from that kid's TV show. Uraraka Ochako, I think it's the Fresh Beat Band but am not sure. Uraraka Ochako, so I follow the noise and what do I see? Uraraka Ochako, the Baku Squad, sans Bakugu, SINGINGLONG. Mina Ishido, don't hate yous cause you wayus. Kaminari Denki, come on Uraraka. Midoriya Izuku, the Fresh Beat Band. Midoriya Izuku, who's who? Mina Ishido, Kiki. Kaminari Denki, Marina. Sirohanta, Twist. Kirishima Idru, shout. Ida Tenya, that I see I have missed a lot. Tokoyami Fumikage, hello Tenya. Ida Tenya, fellow Fumikage. Mina Ishido, eyes. Kaminari Denki, Mina focus. Kirishima Idru, BANANATIME. Jirakyuka, I forgot about the Fresh Beat Band, that was my jam. Hagakure Turu? Yaoyorozu Momo, what is the Fresh Beat Band? Jirakyuka, you poor sweet summer child. Jirakyuka, https www.youtube.com watch v30ma_kruk. Yaoyorozu Momo, but I was born in winter? Yaoyorozu Momo, NVM, this song is a bop. Uraraka Ochako, WAIT. Uraraka Ochako, Midoriya, where were you? Uraraka Ochako, no one ever got the shopping. Midoriya Izuku, you yeet. Todoroki Shudo, Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi, bunny. Midoriya Izuku, Jedenfokmerdful BGEC. Midoriya Izuku, WHY. Aizawa Shoyuda, what did Udo.jpg? Aizawa Shoyuda, why is my problem child blushing so hard? Todoroki Shudo, Toshi called him bunny. Aizawa Shoyuda. Aizawa Shoyuda, I'm done with all of you. Aizawa Shoyuda. Also, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, the principal is amused by your performance. Kirishima Idru, humps. Kaminari Denki, we've been watched? Mina Ishido, guys focus. Mina Ishido, it's surprise yourself now, I don't want to miss it. Kirishima Idru, suddenly I can't write in the group chat. Kaminari Denki, Jelf coming. Midoriya Izuku, what is happening? Mina Ishido, we're recording this for the GC later. Midoriya Izuku, laughing face. Midoriya Izuku, also midnight is in here, me and she's? Such a trans icon? Am crying? Midoriya Izuku. Hello children, Midoriya needs to be resting right now. He just got healed and needs to sleep off recovery girl's quirk. Midoriya Izuku. Ta. Siro Hanta. That gave me whiplash so quickly. Uraraka Ochako. Talk about it. Tsu Azui. Wow, I haven't been online in like a week. Tsu Azui. What the? Tsu Azui. So fresh beat band, Mito with recovery girl, Baku squad being crazy idiots, and midnight. Tsu Azui. Just a normal day in Class 1A. Shinso Hitoshi. I. Class 1A. Kaminari Denki. Guys. Kaminari Denki has changed their nickname to Electric Boogaloo. Electric Boogaloo. Look what I learned how to do. Gyrokyuka. Oh no. Electric Boogaloo has changed Gyrokyuka's nickname to Hot Topic. Electric Boogaloo has changed Todoroki Shudo's nickname to Vulpix. Electric Boogaloo has changed Midoriya Izuku's nickname to Bunny. Electric Boogaloo has changed Shinso Hitoshi's nickname to Kitten. Electric Boogaloo has changed Yaoyorozu Momo's nickname to Creati-dun. Electric Boogaloo has changed Mina Ishido's nickname to Klingon. Electric Boogaloo has changed Siro Hanta's nickname to Flextape. Electric Boogaloo has changed Kirishima Ijiru's nickname to Dwayne. Electric Boogaloo has changed Bakugu Katsuki's nickname to Firecracker. Electric Boogaloo has changed Uraraka Ochako's nickname to Bubbles. Electric Boogaloo has changed Ida Tenya's nickname to NYOOM. Electric Boogaloo has changed Tokoyami Fumicage's nickname to Void Creature. Electric Boogaloo has changed Yuga Oyama's nickname to Tamatoa. Electric Boogaloo has changed Kuji Kuda's nickname to Disney Princess. Electric Boogaloo has changed Satorikadu's nickname to Shuga. Electric Boogaloo has changed Hagakure Turu's nickname to John Cena. Electric Boogaloo has changed Mashareo Ojiro's nickname to SMACC. SMACC, why have I been abandoned like this? John Cena. Ah, Ojiro, that's actually an appropriate name for you. NYOOM. This seems awfully improper for students of our esteem. Void Creature. Mine is accurate, though. Bubbles, as is mine. Bunny, wow thanks. Electric Boogaloo. Laughing face. Firecracker, thanks I hate it. Klingon, a Star Trek reference? In my good Christian Minecraft server? Tamatoa. Sparkles, 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 sparkles. Flextape, bro. Dwayne, BRO. Hot Topic, I have been betrayed. Vulpix, ah yes, my bunny and my kitten. Bunny, carrot v carrot. Kitten, onwetazo. Kitten, am not even mad am. Vulpix, both of you get over here for cuddles. Bunny, coming. Klingon, degree. Creati-dun, that's what she said. Creati-dun, did I do that right? Kitten, I mean. Hot Topic, yes, Yamamo, amazing. Creati-dun, carrot w carrot. Klingon, Yao stole the words from my mouth. Bunny, what does that mean? Vulpix. Klingon. Kitten, I'm not explaining this. SMACC, hey, Mito, I have a couple quirk questions. Could you come help me out? Bunny. Where are you? SMACC, I'm at Gym Gamma. Bunny, I'll be right there. Kitten, but. Bunny, carrot w carrot. Bunny, it'll be 30 minutes, Toshi. Bunny, BRB. Kitten, okay. Vulpix, you know what this calls for. Kitten, flustering. Vulpix, flustering. Klingon, I am suddenly scared for Mito. Vulpix, don't be, he'll be fine. Kitten, yeah, completely fine. Aizawa Shoyuda, oh dear gosh. Aizawa Shoyuda, you know what, this isn't worth the fight. NYOOM, Aizawa Sensei, I know exactly how you feel. Void Creature, Tenya, don't even pretend you don't meme at all times in our DMS. Klingon, WOT. NYOOM, Fumikage. Void Creature, Nyihi Chapter Text. Class 1 Bunny, guys, I just had the best idea. Yamamo, can I ask you something? Creati-dun, you sure? Bunny, this is gonna be amazing. Woo. Kitten, I'm kinda scared for Aizu. Vulpix, Me too, me too. Kitten. Why the pet names? Kitten. I'm too weak. Vulpix. 3C love. Kitten. 3. Bunny. Everyone come to my dorm room, this is gonna be epic. Electric Boogaloo. Coming, and who did y'all choose for your internships? Creati done. I'm choosing either Uwabami or Fat Gum. Bunny. I'd choose Fat Gum, Uwabami. Is basically a glorified fashion model. Not really a big hero. Creidon. Surprised face thanks Mito. Dwayne. Anyways. Dwayne. Mito, why are we meeting in your dorm? Bunny. You'll see, this is gonna be epic. Tsu Ajui. Just got there. Tsu Ajui. It's chaotic, but it is gonna be awesome. Electric Boogaloo. 0 I forgot to nickname you this. Electric Boogaloo has changed Tsu Ajui's nickname to Froppy. Froppy thanks Carol. Dwayne. Midoriya. Dwayne. What about Aizawa Sensei, how will he react to this? Bunny. W about him, I got present Mike and Midnight to do this with us. Electric Boogaloo. Ooh, is that why there's an otamatone and a guitar? Hot Topic. Exqueeze. Firecracker. Sounds chaotic. Firecracker. I am in. Dwayne. Amazing. Froppy. Poor Aizawa Sensei. Bunny. Let's do this, guys. Twinkies. Bunny. Close enough. Aizawa knew that his class was chaotic. That much was known. As though? This was a whole other level. He was grading papers when he heard screeching from the common room. So he was walking down to the common room when he heard his dear husband and Midnight screaming too. This was another case of craziness. Nothing too bad. Then he reached the common room and gosh, they had kazoos. And their voices. Hiding around the corner, he pulled his phone out and started recording. It took him a second to realize what they were singing: kazunji otamatone and kitering. Didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, Kaerion. It was Bohemian Rhapsody. It was Bohemian Rhapsody. On the kazoos. And screaming. And otamatone. And guitar. Why was this Aizawa's class? Even worse, why was he amused by this? He had a reputation, gosh darn it. Rounding the corner finally, he stopped as if he just walked in. Hizashi caught his eye and grinned like a loon. Shoyuta, join us. It was about to hit the second Big Mama, so Aizawa shrugged. If you can't beat them, join them, he guessed. So, throwing his head back over dramatically, he was so glad he got this on tape. The rest of the school needed to know that Class 1A wasn't as serious as they believed, even if his joining in was caught on tape. It was too glorious to resist, and the happy grins by everyone involved was worth it, and Midoriya's eyes, sparkling in happiness, and Yayarozu's normally stoic face red, trying not to laugh as she screeched right along with half the class, and the rare look of enjoyment on Bakugu's face as he kazooed away, and Kirishima's cackling in the middle of instrumental breaks, and Mina smiling wide enough to split her face in half, and Kaminari letting off little electric sparks as she helped set the mood for the rest of the song. Then it stopped. But Midoriya had a fix for that. Old Town Road. Instantly, everyone cheered, the kazoos starting back up. Hizashi grinned, Midnight smirked. Ooh, I'm gonna take my horse on the Old Town Road. I'm gonna reite till I can't no more. Why does school exist? Aizawa Shoyuta, Ifyaukan be them.mov. Class 1 at Bunny, location. Doc. Hot Topic? Creati done. Wait, Mito? Aren't you on your internship? Vulpix. That's Hosu. Kitten. Isn't that where Ida is Arin? Vulpix. Guys, I'll be back. Electric Boogalooch has added Shuji Mezu to the chat. Shuji Mezu. I crunched my phone by accident but am back now. Bubbles. How do you crunch a phone? Shuji Mezu. Have you seen my grip strength, Uraraka? Bubbles. Yeah? Shuji Mezu. I had an iPhone. Bubbles. Understandable, have a great day. Shuji Mezu. I have a Samsung now and it's so durable like? Apple explain? Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, Samsungs are wicked. Bubbles. Don't forget the most durable of phones. Bubbles. Nokia. Dwayne, oich yeah those things. Dwayne, those were DOP. Electric Boogaloo has changed Shuji Mez's nickname to Walls Have Eyes. Walls Have Eyes, I can't say I'm disappointed with this. Shuga, what? Shuga, I leave for a few days and this happens. Dwayne, you missed a lot Satu. Shuga, I can see that. Bubbles, GUYS. Bubbles, what's going on in Hosu at NYOOM at Bunny? Bubbles? At? Kitten. Kitten, Izzy. Kitten, PLZ respond Ima have AHEARTATTACK. Aizawa Shoyuda, kids, relax. Everyone is fine right now. There were Nomu there and Stain was attacking, but the students are okay. Electric Boogaloo, thank goodness. Dwayne, YIKERS. Kitten, that doesn't help. Kitten, Stain is the hero killer, he might have hurt them what? Hurt. The Aizawa Shoyuda. The Nomu grabbed a civilian and is currently flying away, but Endeavor and Gran Torino are giving chase. Kitten, yeah but where are Izuku and Shudo? Aizawa Shoyuda, Todoroki is with me right now. We believe that Midoriya is somewhere in the alleyway where Stain first attacked. Kitten, wait. Kitten, who was grabbed by the Nomu? Aizawa Shoyuda. Aizawa Shoyuda, son of a... Kitten? Bubbles? Shinso, calm down a bit please. Bubbles, Mito will be okay. Kitten, yes but I am Big Pan and this is making me pan I see. Walls Have Eyes, that was a smooth pun but, you okay? Kitten, and it. Shuga, Master Cuddler Shuji strikes again. Bunny, Figachksimo. Bunny, Getzisk. Bunny, Dojks guys. Bunny, what the heck this Nomos of Bunny, wait there's Aizawa Sensei. Bunny, I'm safe now dad is here. Bunny, hi dad I missed you. Bubbles, so? So pure? Vulpix, my datemate ISA chapter text. Class 1 at Aizawa Shoyuda. Why is everyone staring at me, then at Midoriya? Aizawa Shoyuda, what happened? Aizawa Shoyuda. Electric Boogaloo. Aizawa Sensei you just got super red you good. Klingon, you, Aizawa Sensei, why are you blushing so hard? OOH. Dwayne, guys look up in the chat. Klingon. JDLKS FDL FSDBGFX. Electric Boogaloo. Dadzawa. Kling Dadzawa. Dwayne. Dadzawa. Froppy? Froppy. Dadzawa. Vulpix. Dadzawa. Kitten. Dadzawa. Aizawa Shoyuda. All of you little miscreants shut up. Electric Boogaloo has changed Aizawa Shuda's nickname to Dadzawa. Dadzawa, I have been. Dadzawa, betrayed. Electric Boogaloo, is it really that bad? Also can I go off campus for a couple minutes? Dadzawa, yes and sure. Klingon, he just whispered, my da kids under his breath. Dadzawa, Mina, how did you see that? Where are you? Kling, I was lying. Dadzawa. Electric Boogaloo. WHAT. Froppy, Mina you absolute mad lad. Kitten, Aizawa was. Kitten, GOTTEN. Vulpix. Mina that was amazing. Bubbles, wait that means that Aizawa Sensei called us his kids? Klingon, 0, 0. Dadzawa, I have been tricked. Dadzawa, I do not enjoy life. Bunny, same Aizawa Sensei. Bunny, life esigidi until you. Dadzawa, Midoriya? Vulpix, ah that's right, you weren't there for that whole mess. Kitten, if you read up far enough you might see it. Kitten, basically Midoriya was pretty out of it and told us about Bun's life before you. Bubbles, didn't have a single friend until Bun met me. Vulpix, we get it. You're Bun's first friend. Bubbles, 3. Dwayne, and yeah, apparently Bun was told, several times, to kill Bunself. Dwayne, Bun said Bun never attempted something, but I'm kinda you sure? Well that's it. Dwayne, could you maybe check? Bubbles, Kiri, do you think that Mito lied? Dwayne, I mean Bun probably doesn't trust us as much as we would like Bun to, considering the whole life situation. Dadzawa, well Bun is conked out, meds just kicked in, so I can check now. Dadzawa. Dadzawa, you better all support Bun as much as possible. Let me check to see how much of this is okay to be told. Wow, who likes school anymore? Dadzawa, guys, I have a student in need of therapy. Dadzawa, wait, nicknames carry over? Yagi Tashinori, Dadzawa. Yamada Hisashi, I am amazed. Yamada Hisashi, you finally slipped? Dadzawa, not the point, ATM. Dadzawa, basically, this student's peers came to me with concerning information and requested that I check said student over. Dadzawa, this isn't pretty.jpg thosyourdeep.jpg. Kiyama Namuri, on one hand those file names. Kiyama Namuri, on the other, that is really not good. Yagi Tashinori, that looks like an attempt. Dadzawa, probably was. Hound Dog, tell the student to meet me tomorrow at 12:30. Hound Dog, I'll have lunch rush provide food. Hound Dog, best to talk about this now before the student hurts themselves, or attempts, again. Dadzawa, I agree. Yagi Tashinori, can we know who this student is? Dadzawa, you can't treat them any differently. Yagi Tashinori, I won't. Dadzawa, it's Midoriya Izuku. Yagi Tashinori, my promise just got a lot harder to keep. Dadzawa, Hound, how much can I tell the students? Hound Dog, tell them about the marks and the attempt. Nothing else. Dadzawa, got it. Class 1 at Dwayne, Aizawa Sensei? Dadzawa, I hoped I would never have to interfere like this with my students. Dadzawa, there are deep scars across Bun's wrists and smaller, lighter scars on the underside of Bun's arms. Bubbles, UO chapter text. LOVMUFFIN. Hansi McGee, Dobby. Dobbying on you. What? Hansi McGee, why did you change the chat name? Hansi McGee, and my user. Dobbying on you. Live with it, old man. Hansi McGee, we're the same age. Underpaid babysitter. Jesus, take the wheel. The Crayon Song. Kuro, you're religious? 0W0. Underpaid babysitter. Maybe being religious would be better than watching all of you. Underpaid babysitter. I remember someone from years ago that would treat me nicer. The Crayon Song. Aw, Kuro. You all of us. Underpaid babysitter. Look at my nickname, Toga. Underpaid babysitter. I wonder where that friend went. The Crayon Song. Oh, what was his name? Do you remember? What did he look like? Underpaid babysitter. I don't remember his name, but his first name started with S and his last with A. Underpaid babysitter. He called me something other than Kurojari, then. I think it was Yuboro Shirokuma? I think? The Crayon Song. Nope, never heard of him. Underpaid babysitter. Urchlook. Underpaid babysitter. Dabi. Shigaraki. Underpaid babysitter. Stop fighting over the remote, you're going to disintegrate, and there it goes. Underpaid babysitter. Another one for all TV remote coming up. Class 1 at Electric Boogaloo. Imagine the love being just as big of memes as we are. Hot topic. Impossible. Dwayne, have you met us? Electric Boogaloo. True. LOVMUFFIN. Dobbying on you. Good. Dobbying on you. Warning. The Crayon Song. You're watching the Lorax? Without me? Hansi McGee. Pause the freaking movie, we're coming with popcorn. Underpaid babysitter. Please don't kill the remote again. Dobbying on you. Here in THNDVILLE. Hansi McGee. We manufacture our TRES. The Crayon Song. They're all made in factories. Underpaid babysitter. Underpaid babysitter. And each uses 96 batteries. The Crayon Song. YES. Dobbying on you. We got Kurojiri. Hansi McGee. W. Underpaid babysitter. You are all children. Underpaid babysitter. I guess you have to act like it sometimes. Feathers. What did I miss? Dobbying on you. Hawks. Hansi McGee. My player 3. Feathers. Love both of you. Feathers. Also pause the movie at the window. Dobbying on you. How long have you been there? Feathers. Let me iron chapter text. Class 1 at Electric Boogaloo, guys. Electric Boogaloo. The finals are coming up like really soon. Klingon. I know I am terrified for them. Bunny. I'm not that worried for everything, but I am wondering why the teachers are watching me closer than they were. Vulpix, it's BC, you have a really strong quirk. Kitten, DW about it, I was watched in my own class because my quirk is pretty strong, it's nothing about you. Suicide watch. NYOOM. Okay, how do we tell Midoriya that Bun's on suicide watch from the teachers? Bubbles, I'm really not sure? Big Pan happiness. Bunny, guys, why is Hound Dog requesting to see me? Bubbles. Kitten, maybe ask him when you see him? Bunny, but Hound Dog is a therapist, so? Am I getting therapy now? Bunny, can I even afford therapy? Vulpix, calm down, my little bunny. Vulpix, worst case, you have to go to therapy and apply for a loan from the government. Kitten, well, some wouldn't see that as a bad thing, but I digress. Bunny, thank you. Bunny, but I got to go. Vulpix, good luck. Kitten, kiss emoji. Bunny, laughing face. Midoriya swallowed as she pushed Hound Dog's door open. The resounding bark of, "Come in," had startled her at first, but now nerves had taken over. She was jumpy, much like the nickname her boyfriends had given her and the pronouns she went by when she wasn't male or female. Bunny? Anyways. She entered the room, and almost instantly the amazing smell of katsudon smacked her in the face. Relaxing at the familiar smell, she took her surroundings into account. Hound Dog was sitting at a table low to the ground. He was relaxing in a, was that a beanbag? And, sure enough, it was a beanbag. Another plush beanbag was sitting in front of the table he was at, this one forest green. The table had a bowl of katsudon on it, and Midoriya's mouth watered despite herself. The room looked inviting, and there was a cloth bag next to Hound Dog. He looked up, and gave as much of a smile as he could. Midoriya, glad to see you, come in, take a seat. She plopped herself down on the beanbag, taking a second to relish the plushiness of said beanbag, before sitting up a bit. Hound Dog grabbed a bowl from the table and gestured to her. Katsudon. Why yes please. He filled the bowl and slid it to her, with some utensils. She dug a bite out and popped it into her mouth, closing her eyes as the flavors zipped across her tongue. This was good. Hound Dog got his own bowl and took a bite. They sat in comfortable silence for about 5 minutes. Then, Midoriya, do you know why you're here today? Said girl, startled at the sudden question. No, Hound Dog Sensei. I was just told to come here by Aizawa Sensei, who's been keeping a lot closer of an eye on me than normal, and I don't know why, and her thoughts derailed into muttering, and Hound Dog cleared his throat. Well, there's a reason he's watching you more closely. There was a scratch on your arm after the alley incident, and when your sleeves were removed to investigate, he found worrying things. Her fork clattered into the bowl of katsudon. Midoriya's face must have been hilarious, as she computed what she was just told. He knew. He saw the scars, he saw the evidence of her weakness, he would expel her now surely. Midoriya. He was worried about you. He asked me to speak with you about this, and possibly be your therapist, paid for by the school of course. She felt tears prickle her eyes and she set the bowl down on the table. Then she realized. Why I've been watched so closely? I've been put on suicide watch, haven't I? Hound Dog winced the tiniest bit. I did not expect you to find out that quickly, but yes. I've seen no depression or suicidal tendencies, it's more for the teacher's state of mind. Well, as long as they knew that she wouldn't attempt again. He leaned to the side and pulled the bag up, passing it to her. Midoriya looked up at him and, getting the go-ahead to open it, pulled it open. Immediately, she saw 2 things she loved. There was a plain white fidget cube and a set of 24 markers. The markers are to customize the fidget cube. I've found that, while talking to someone, doing something else can help. She pulled the fidget cube out, tore the marker packet open, and grabbed the black for outlining. She knew exactly what she was going to do. Then Hound Dog spoke again. Now, Midoriya, the scars have made everyone nervous. Do you mind telling me what made you start self-harming? My quirk came in insanely late, like right at the entrance exam. I grew up quirkless. I was bullied harshly for pretty much my whole life. Had no friends until UA. And it was hard on my mom too. I was never told I could be a hero by anyone. And I needed a way to cope. So I looked it up and ended up on a seedy website, and the rest is history. A short hum. Midoriya felt weird, like she was holding back pressure. She had to keep talking, so she did. I broke a razor and took the blades out and hid them in one of my notebooks. I started, and it felt good. Every day, soon all I really lived for was my mom and the release that it gave me. Eventually, even that wasn't enough. I didn't want to live, and All Might himself had just told me that no, I couldn't be a hero, so I tried to end it. Sat in the tub and cut deeper than ever. Before I bled out, I realized that wow, I really don't want to do this, and I wrapped my wrists up and hid them from my mom. Then All Might got back to me and offered to tutor me, to help me be a hero, and I haven't done anything since then. Hound Dog was silent. His eyes bore into Midoriya's head. She ducked it down and started doodling on the fidget cube again, trying to ignore the heat of tears slipping down her cheeks. And what drove you to look for ways to relieve yourself? The question was soft, a feather pillow in a jail of heavy silence. I didn't know what I was doing wrong. The whisper surprised even Midoriya, but she kept talking. I thought that people were punishing me for existing, and if I stopped existing as much, if I just stopped caring about life, then they would leave me alone, and they would finally stop. They didn't stop. It only got worse after that. The teachers did nothing, they even joined in on some cases, and I tried to find what I was doing wrong, what I had done to make people hate me, and I couldn't find anything, and I was finally thinking, what's wrong with me? What makes me the one person to be hated? And I started hating myself even more, and it just ballooned into a whole mountain of hatred, and her rant, is that what that was? Had devolved into choked sobs. She felt Hound Dog pull something out of the bag and settle it over her, the familiar weight of a weighted blanket making her relax. I'm not mad that you ranted, Midoriya. Judging by the tears, you needed to get that out. I've decided you'll be meeting with me once a week for therapy. You need it from the sound of things. It's paid for by the school, so you don't have to worry about the cost. She let Hound Dog sort things out, quietly sitting in her beanbag, before a slip was passed to her. This is a therapy pass. It's laminated and on this, so whenever you're coming in for a session, just put around your neck and no one will hold you up. Midoriya left Hound Dog's office with a heart the lightest it's been in years and a shaky, tear-stained smile upon her face. Big pan happiness. Bunny, I'm getting therapy chapter text. Wow, who likes school anymore? Hound Dog, what was Midoriya's old school? The one before UA? Dadzuwa, why? Hound Dog, because we have a school to destroy, smiley face. Nizu, did you record the reason we need to destroy the school? Hound Dog, therapy session point 1. Dadzuwa, that she sounds wrecked? Hound Dog, she was wrecked. If you listen closely at the end, she was having a breakdown. Dadzuwa. Yamada Hizashi, I see Aizawa talking to himself with his quirk activated. Yamada Hizashi, what is going on in this chat? Yamada Hizashi, never mind, let's tear this school down. Nizu, I quite agree. Does anyone know who the main aggressor of Midoriya during her elementary and middle school years? Yagi Tashinori. Well, I'm not sure if she wanted this getting out, but she called the main aggressor Kaken, who is? Dadzuwa, Bakugu Katsuki. Yagi Tashinori. Yeah. Dadzuwa, gosh, this is a mess. Dadzuwa, we've never had a kid with this kind of background in UA, how do we go about this? Kayama Namuri, do you want me to speak to Midoriya about gender identity? Something tells me that's something she's struggled with when it comes to bullying. Hound Dog, wow, I did not even think of that. Kayama Namuri, it's fine boo, that's why I'm here. Dadzuwa, this is a mess already. Dadzuwa, wait, is she still? Hound Dog, she said she hasn't since she started UA. Dadzuwa, GOOD. Dadzuwa, problem child, why does she think she did anything wrong? Yagi Tashinori, I think she's only ever been told that she's the one in the wrong, for something she couldn't have controlled. Nizu, I've opened a case into her old school. It's called Aldra Junior High. Dadzuwa, wait, I went there last year. Dadzuwa, I saw 3 people ganging up on a tiny kid, so I pulled them off, gave them a talking to, and then left. Dadzuwa, did that help at all? For all we know, That kid on the floor was Midoriya. Yagi Tashinori, it does no good to worry about the past. For now, just look to the future. Dadzawa, fine. Dadzawa, wait, did Midoriya not leave the classroom? She isn't in the dorm building. Midoriya took a deep breath as she shakily opened the case. When her eyes appraised the scarlet-stained razors, she forced herself to keep breathing steadily as she picked one of the blades up. It had been months since she had last touched blade to skin like this, and right now she was wavering in that resolve. The talk had jarred hundreds of feelings she had suppressed for years free, and her arms had gotten a distinct itch that scratching couldn't alleviate. Before she could really register, her sleeve was up and the blade was just sitting there, on the desk, glinting in her eye. Her fingers were shaking and she didn't know why, but as soon as the thought of relieving some of that itch helped a bit. There were bandages and antiseptic in her backpack, but did she really want to do this? Her head whipped up and she looked around, searching for people in the air or looking in the door. There was no one there. Even Aizawa-sensei had left for the day. Glancing back down to her arm, she winced at the ugly sight of pale pink scars spanning her forearms. The deeper, white scars spanning her wrists were even worse. Hey, Aizawa-sensei, I was hoping to get some help on tonight's homework, because I don't exactly understand. Kirishima Idru broke off when he looked at her. She was frozen, deer in the headlights. It was painfully clear what she was probably planning to do. The red-haired teen straightened up, an indescribable look in his deep red eyes. So like his, but so different at the same time. Then there was a hand on her shoulder and dragging her from her desk. Midoriya flailed as she was pulled across the classroom. The razor and zippered pouch containing her other blades were left at her desk. She was shaking, she realized detachedly. There was a voice above her, and for the second time that day she felt tears pushing against her eyes. Then the voice disappeared, and she was sitting on the floor with Kirishima settling next to her. She pushed stubbornly at the tears once again decorating her face, but they kept coming and she was worthless. Look at her. Can't even die right. Midoriya, are you okay? She's crying. Tell us, when does the useless crybaby express finally stop? I think it's time for you to leave. Midoriya, can you hear me? Answer. You should have never been found by All Might. He has better things to do than waste his time on you. You're mentally ret-dead, you're confused, you're quirkless. Aizawa-sensei, I don't think she can hear us. She's been like this for 5 minutes. Should we dash? Why would we want to be your friends? You can't even control your own quirk, and you're a villain magnet? Who wants to stay close to someone like that? Midoriya is look at me dash. Why are we dating you anyways? You're pitiful, a waste of space. Someone else should be sitting in that desk, but you forced them out of their rightful place. Darn it, get Todoroki and or Shinso, she isn't aware dash. Don't even try for you, nerd. Understand? Look at him. He's shaking under me. Come on Midoriya, stop freaking out. I'm just touching you. Why don't you pray you get a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof? An ice-cold hand landed on her shoulder. She wasn't standing behind a desk, shaking in Kaken's trail. She was curled up, in a corner. When did that happen? Todoroki? Fudesu? A sigh of relief. Midoriya, can you hear us now? Her eyebrows furrowed. They had been speaking? What did she miss? Oh, Dad was here. That's good. Her other dad wasn't, but this one was. He would help make everything right. He had to. Then she was pulled into a tight hug. Midoriya, what happened? It was Shinso. He was here. Jinaidesh, and whoa. That quiet headspace was back. Had she had another breakdown? Is that what had happened? And what was that on her desk? Yeah, she forgot that was there. Midoriya watched Todoroki. Carefully. Oh, she'd missed that warm voice. And so she watched as one of her boyfriends picked his way to her desk. The other was behind her, very carefully wrapping something around her shoulders. Todoroki upturned the container she had stored the bladed in, and his face grew shadowed when he saw them. 5 razor blades, glinting on her desk. He gathered them on his left palm, then in a burst of flame they were blackened and burnt. In the corner of her eye, Kirishima yelped and toppled backwards over a desk. Dad was standing by her side, offering silent support. Todoroki transferred the blades to his right hand. Instantly, a thick chunk of ice had surrounded the blackened blades, sculpted into a perfect sphere. He walked to the window, shoving it open. Then his arm reared back and he hurled the ball of ice out the window. She was aware of Kirishima edging forward, and her dad was still silently watching. Todoroki turned back around. Then the headspace snapped in half and color flooded back to her as she fell, sobbing, against Shinso. Wow, who likes school anymore? Dadzawa. So, hound dog, if therapy unlocks emotions that have been repressed for years, wouldn't it have been easier to keep Midoriya in your office so you can monitor her and watch for signs of the resulting breakdown from said emotions? Dadzawa. Because one of my students just called me in a panic because they saw her with razors and then she broke down. Hound dog. Did I thought she vented that all out, did? Hound dog. Hound dog. Now that she's broken down, she should be okay. If I get your permission, on the days we have therapy meetings I'll keep her behind for the rest of the day and monitor her. Dadzawa. If it helps her feel better, go for it. Hound dog. Got it. Time skip of a day. Wow, who likes school anymore? Nizu, Aizawa, go on to social media. I think you'll like what you find, smiley face. Dadzawa, O.K? Channel 5 News at WC Radio. Breaking news. Local junior high school being prosecuted for quirkism and neglect of student needs. Read more. Waterbender at 1 of 3. We go to Aldra and yeah, I can say, without a doubt, that it's definitely neglectful of its students and extremely quirkist. I mean, they blacklisted a student that attends UA right now because their quirk came in super late. How is that cool? Ice hot pain at Norleaf. I personally know someone who went here. She's super messed up by it, and it traumatized her even now. It's almost scary to see how 3 years destroyed her. Local Karen at Kanesitha manager. I've met the school faculty and sat in on classes, and it's extremely prejudiced. Basically, in that school if you have a strong quirk, you do no wrong. There was a kid acting honest to goodness like a villain there a year ago, and no one did anything. They blamed his victim. Wow, who likes school anymore? Nizu, Channel 5 News is the most reliable news network in the immediate area, so they got the scoop first. Dadzawa. That explains why Midoriya just looked at their phone in the middle of class and burst out cheering. Dadzawa, now everyone else is cheering. How bad of a rep does this school have? Class 1 at Firecracker. Firecracker. Finally. Bunny, heck with. They're finally gonna come down Kakin. Firecracker. The school deserves it. Klingon. Why are we cheering? Dwayne. I am just doing it. BC Katsuki is. Electric Boogaloo. Mood Kirishima. Bubbles. Woot woot. Why is Mito so happy it doesn't matter their happy? Wow, who likes school anymore? Dadzawa. Update. It seems that everyone is cheering simply because Bakugu and Midoriya are. Dadzawa. I don't even want to rein them back in. Yamada Hizashi. Then don't. Let them be happy. Class 1 at Bunny. I am literally so happy this school was basically abusive, so yet. Firecracker. Itsuck. It's finally getting what it deserves. Ha ha yeah. Bubbles. This happiness is infectious and I live for it. Vulpix. I look weird but my datemate is so happy and I love bun and it. Kitten. Send pics. I am still technically stuck in 1C until next semester. Vulpix. Happybun.file. Kitten. I have found my sustenance. I can live off these pictures. Klingon. Wait, so this is an abusive school being torn down online, Arn? Electric Boogaloo. Wait guys, the school's website responded to the tweet. Aldra Jr. Hi at officialage. What proof do you have of this being true in any way, shape, or form? Class 1 at Bunny. If they recorded my therapy session, they could use that. It was pretty incriminating for them. Dadzawa. Good to know. Bunny? Wow, who likes school anymore? Dadzawa. The school kicked back. Dadzawa. We need to blur Midoriya's name out of the recording and publish it. Dadzawa. Midoriya said we could. Nizu. Channel 5 News at WC Radio. At officialage, our source is a highly confidential, very intelligent principal. He has shared this video with us, Only after they got XPLCT permission to use it from the recorded therapy session. .1.file. Class 1 at Bunny, they used the recording that school is going DOWN. Firecracker. Yeah. Bubbles, this is very positive and wholesome and I loaf it. Vulpix, Midoriya come over here for a sec. Klingon. WO Todoroki get it. John Cena. SPICY. SMACC. I smell Quirkus people getting what they deserve, smells good, smells organic. SMACC. Also Todoroki, I did not need to see that. Kitten. Todoroki, what did you do? Vulpix. Nyee. Bunny. SDLJFDF and JSL. Wow, who likes school anymore? Dadzawa. They're all really happy. Big pan happiness. Bunny. Idaseljgufjif shuto. Vulpix. Yes, my little bunny? Bunny, you can't just do that. Kitten. What happened? Bunny. Shudo pulled me onto his lap and kissed me. Bunny. Siro did that one vine and Shudo just. Bunny. Kissed me harder. Bunny. And I am weak for my BO. Kitten. I'll have to do that after class ends. Bunny. Sulfchfifsks HIT. Kitten. 3C. Vulpix. Nyihihi chapter text. Class 1 at Bubbles. Okay guys, class shopping TRIP woo. Kitten. Shudo we're partners. Vulpix. Oh okay? Bubbles. I call Midoriya since y'all are snatched each other already. Vulpix. Aizu, is that good with you? Bunny. You guys go have fun. Kitten. I know what I'm gonna do. DM between Kitten and Vulpix. Kitten. Shudo, do you still have your dad's card? Vulpix. Yeah? Kitten. We should get you, me, and Izuku one of those bright yellow sleeping bags that Aizawa Sensei uses each. Vulpix. You are amazing and I love you. Kitten. I love you too? Vulpix. 3. Kitten. Vulpix. Love. Class 1 at Bunny. We are at the mall. Bunny. And Uraraka just ditched me for bug spray. Bunny. YAY. Class 1 at Bubbles. KJFDUS FBWFE. Bubbles. I am sorry Midoriya, I didn't mean to ditch you like THAT. Dwayne? Gasp Uraraka? Breaking the buddy system? More likely than you think. Firecracker. Hair, get off your phone. Dwayne. FIN. Bubbles. Where is Mito? Vulpix. Don't you know? Bubbles. Bubbles. Thing is. Electric Boogaloo. She ditched him. Vulpix. UARAKA. Bubbles. I'm sorry. Kitten. You better be. Vulpix. Uraraka, you better find Zuku. Bubbles. IWILL. Kitten. Good. Midoriya watched Uraraka zoom away in confusion. Was she just going to leave him? Turns out she was. He furrowed his eyebrows in confusion, before shrugging. If she wanted to leave, she could. He ignored the stinging of abandonment in his gut in favor of thinking what she was going for. Bug spray, right? Hey, you're that Midoriya Izuku kid. From the sports festival. He startled when the person came up to him, a raspy voice swirling through the air. Smiling, he felt a curl of unease settle in the pit of his stomach. That's me. The guy who came up to him suddenly flung an arm over his shoulder. On reflex, Midoriya tried to pull away, but that was stopped when the person curled a hand around his throat. His middle finger was held threateningly over his windpipe, and Midoriya gasped as the man squeezed. Now, no fighting. I just want to talk. Maybe get a sandwich at that cafe, you know? The man tilted his head a bit so the teen could see his face. As soon as the eyes showed, that curl of unease swelled into a roaring dragon, consuming him. Shigaraki. The leader of the League of Villains smirked. Midoriya. Didn't expect you to have that stutter. You sounded awfully confident at the sports festival, and you looked a lot rounder there too. Midoriya's arms automatically went to his chest, crossing over it. The dragon breathed fiery dysphoria into his heart. And no matter. Act like we're old friends. You know what'll happen when I put my finger down, don't you? And yeah, he did. As soon as my finger touches your throat, you'll disintegrate from the throat up and down. Guaranteed death. If you don't cooperate. The finger bobbed up and down, teasing Midoriya's throat. It would get within a hair of skin, then go right back away from its prey. A swallow at the wrong time, and Midoriya would be dead. That wasn't assuring. Next to him, Shigaraki chuckled. The sound was deep and raspy, and the villain's chest shook against Midoriya's shoulder. Seriously, why was everyone so much taller than him? How was this fair? Walk with me. Pretend we're friends. You know my quirk. They had started walking through the mall. You know that, with my quirk, I can kill 20, 30 people in seconds. A killer game of tag. They'll call the police. You won't get away. Do you wish to test that statement? Hey. Phone away. The finger dipped down, just barely not brushing against the soft, vulnerable skin of the throat. Midoriya froze, phone half out of his pocket. Moving slowly, carefully, he slipped the phone back into his pocket. Okay. We can talk. Shigaraki grinned. It was quite wolf-like. Great. Now walk. The two trekked through the mall. Midoriya knew that Shigaraki was taller than him, but in the imminent danger he had never felt so small. Midoriya. What's the difference between me and Stain? We have the same goals, we have the same methods to achieve said goals. What makes us so different? What tips the scales? Midoriya relaxed the tiniest bit and instantly hated himself for it. This was a question he knew how to answer. The two had taken a seat at a fountain. The main difference between you and Stain is your ideology, I think. Why you want to kill all heroes, where Stain J just wants to purge the world of the heroes he sees as fake. The heroes who do work for the money, or the popularity, not to help people. He believes that there is only one true hero, and he wants to destroy the ones who don't live up to him. All might. Shigaraki had fallen eerily silent. Then he chuckled. The evil sound made Midoriya shiver against the hand on his throat. Of course, I should have seen it earlier. It's All Might. It's him, isn't it? Midoriya was trembling. In the literal grasp of his enemy, he was terrified. Then the hand clenched down on his neck. He gasped as his airflow was cut off. He was being choked. A hand instinctively went up and clutched at the villain's forearm, trying to pry it off his neck. And Midoriya? Both his and Shigaraki's heads snapped up. Uraraka was standing about 2 yards away, her face carefully neutral. Midoriya tried to speak, but the fingers squeezing his throat made it kind of hard. Are you friends? And no, I don't think that's it. Shigaraki stayed silent, watching Uraraka carefully. She took a step forward, and the hands squeezed tighter. The threat from earlier rang in his mind. 20, 30 people in seconds. A killer game of tag. Uraraka. It's fine, I'm fine. Don't come any closer. His voice was pitifully wheezy, barely able to get the words out. Uraraka stilled, her foot raised in the air as she froze mid-step. Then, finally, the hand was off this throat. Shigaraki stood and stretched, ignoring the teen coughing violently next to him. Well, I'll be off. Hope we can talk again soon, Midoriya Izuku. And he was gone, melted into the crowd. Class 1. Bubbles. Don't believe what Midoriya says. Vulpix. Well, Bunny. IMFINURARAKA. NYOOM. But Uraraka just said not to trust what you say? Bunny. LGWFSBZFTiger. Bunny. I am okay. Bubbles. And those bruises aren't on your neck. Try again. Kitten. BRUISES? Vulpix. Do we need to kill someone? Froppy. Why are there bruises on your neck, Caro? There shouldn't be any bruises there unless you were strangled or punched there, ribbit. Bunny. About that. Kitten. Izuku. Vulpix. Who choked you? Bubbles. IT was Shigaraki. Bunny. Uraraka. Bubbles. #Soranatsuri. Dwayne. Wait, there's no room in the van for Midoriya to sit in a chair. Kitten. Oh, he won't have to worry about that. Bunny. Hitoshi. What are you planning? Kitten. You'll see. Midoriya blushed as he sat down. As Ida had said, there was no room for him to sit in the van. So Hitoshi, his loving boyfriend, had pulled him into his lap and buckled the seatbelt over both on them. Shuda was next to them. They were in the back, no one except all the camping supplies behind him. Hitoshi wrapped his arms around his waist, and he squeaked as he was pulled back to rest more against his boyfriend's chest. Next to him, Shudo smirked as he leaned over. You know, Izuku, you're adorable when you're flustered. Midoriya buried his face in his hands, bringing his knees up to his chest. A feather-soft touch, gently brushing the back of his neck, made him freeze. Hitoshi spoke, low and wonderful, in his ear. Izuku, can I touch your neck? It wasn't Shigaraki. The barely there touches, trailing along the nape of his neck and making goosebumps appear in the most wonderful way, made him shiver. It felt good. Not like how Shigaraki's had felt. So he nodded, and sighed when he felt Hitoshi lean forward and Shudo lean sideways towards him. Then he squeaked again as he felt a warm, soft pair of lips touch the edges of one of the forming bruises on his neck. A chuckle vibrated against his neck as the lips gently tracing the purpling skin smirked. Hitoshi was gently trailing kisses along the edges of the bruises developing on his neck. Shudo smiled, softly and gently, before his head was leaning towards the other side of Midoriya's neck and half-hot half-cold lips were pressing against the side not being already kissed. At this point, Midoriya was probably the color of the fire truck that just passed them on the road. Shinso leaned back, letting Midoriya try to force the color out of his face. Todoroki, after being smacked on the arm, also drew back. That didn't stop him from wrapping Midoriya in a tight hug. You know we love you, right Suzu? Midoriya gave them a genuine smile under his red cheekbones. I love you guys too. Class 1 so are we all just ignoring Todoshindaku in the background. Cling, shut up, it's adorable. John Cena, it's not like anything bad is going on back there, they're just being disgustingly adorable boyfriends. Bubbles, Aizawa Sensei knows what's going on and he looks SODONERN. Froppy, it is completely adorable, Karo chapter text. Midoriya leaned their head against the window as they watched the bus meander up the rocky road. The others were on the chat, and by the buzzing something crazy was going on. So, with a sigh, they pulled their phone out and clicked on the messaging app. Class 1 Dwayne, I reject your reality and substitute my own. Cling, nice Mythbusters ref but Kiri given. Vulpix, Kirishima, you're the only one still fighting. Dwayne, fear? For my life? Bubbles, you should be. Froppy, stop bullying Kirishima, guys. It's not his fault he's misguided. Dwayne, well you too Azui. Froppy, you tadpole I told you don't call me D. Dwayne, I refuse. John Cena, you tadpole, you Azui 2 XXX. Flextape, are rare insults. Kitten, and it. Kitten, don't you dare mention that cursed app and this good Christian server. Flextape, this stopped being a Christian server as soon as Bakugu got online. Firecracker, OUU Phil's swift recolor. John Cena, the tea is scalding Arin. Dadzawa, that I would stop this, but this is really entertaining. NYOOM, I've just given up at this point. Kriatidun, honestly mood. Hot topic, can I leave this he chat yet? Kriatidun, ABSOLUTLYNOT. Kriatidun, if I suffer so do you. Electric Boogaloo, come on Jaya I is the BRO code. Hot topic, well I'm not I am a disaster we follow a whole other set of rules that your puny mind can't comprehend. Bunny had made a new command. If I am suffering you're suffering with me. Walls have eyes. Walls have eyes has been stopped by function. If I am suffering you're suffering with me. Walls have eyes, guys we can't leave. Shuga, what? Walls have eyes, try to leave the chat. Shuga has been stopped by function. If I am suffering you're suffering with me. Shuga, oh dear gosh. Shuga, we're all gonna die. Firecracker, what the has been going on? Dwayne, they're trying to convince me that Mothman isn't real. Void Creature, Mothman fought me behind a Denny's once. Hot topic, we have Denny's in Japan? Void Creature, it isn't a fixed location. Denny's moves to where people need it. Dark Shadow has a keen affinity to Denny's, because it is a void being just like he technically is. Vulpix, wait, Denny's is a void being? Void Creature, try to explain the aura surrounding a Denny's in any other way I dare you. Kitten, no he's got a point. Kitten. Also Mothman is so real I've seen him. Kitten. He was trying to get to my reading lamp. Kitten. But the window was too small for him so he went away. Void creature, fool. You absolute dumb buffoon. You think a small window stops Mothman? Void creature, think again. Vulpix. This chat has devolved slowly. Vulpix, I love it. Firecracker. Mothman is real, he gave me mega blocks instead of Legos one time. Kitten, truly a tragedy. Void creature, so that's where he got that Lego helmet from. Dadzawa. I'm sending this to the teacher's chat, this is hilarious. Electric Boogaloo, you? Aren't even laughing, Aren? Dadzawa, am I? Electric Boogaloo. Softly and with feeling FAR. Wow, who likes school anymore? Dadzawa, screenshot point 1, screenshot point 2, screenshot point 3. Dadzawa, my kids are idiots. Dadzawa, Mothman meets with Nizu monthly for tea. Dadzawa, obviously chapter text. Wow, who likes school anymore? Kiyama Namuri, save me. Yamada Hizashi, no saving. Yamada Hizashi, only suffering. Cementos, Mike, is that you? Yamada Hizashi, yes, and I am proud of it. Hound Dog, but Yamada Hizashi, my impulse control, aka my handsome husband, is gone. Hound Dog, understandable, have a great day. Kiyama Namuri, how are you doing that? Snipe, that unholy screeching of Satan is from Mike? Dadzawa, what the? Kiyama Namuri, Aizawa, your husband is shrieking the fitnessgram pacer test instructions. Dadzawa, he what? Kiyama Namuri, wait, it changed to the theme. Kiyama Namuri, Killmenow. Nizu, that can be arranged, smiley face. Kiyama Namuri, I am frightened. Yamada Hizashi, OOF. Hound Dog, I felt that. Snipe, a disturbance in the force. Dadzawa, you know Koda? The Pussycat's kid? Dadzawa, he punched Midoriya. Dadzawa, I've never seen anyone that pale. Dadzawa, Ro.jpg. Kiyama Namuri, poor kid, sad face. Snipe, YIKES. Hound Dog, at least Mike isn't screaming anymore. Dadzawa, I'm excited. Dadzawa, it's time to drill them. Yamada Hizashi, don't be too hard on them. Dadzawa, and we've lost Khan. Yamada Hizashi, they've lost connection. Yamada Hizashi, no more texting until they come back. Kiyama Namuri, Kiyama Namuri, that doesn't give you the go-ahead to keep screaming. Kiyama Namuri, MIC chapter text. Midoriya coughed as she ducked through the forest. Smog was rolling through the trees, and she knew that this wasn't a harmless scare tactic, not like the exercise they had been doing. It would have been less obvious if it were. The exercise they had been doing was simple. Basically, Class 1B tried to scare 1A in the forest, then they switched. But now, there were villains prowling through the forest, or at least she thought. But she was worried about one person. The kid was missing. This kid meant almost everything to Ragdoll and Mandalay, and he was gone. Mia. And she was going to find him. She was going to protect him. Then she heard the scream of fear. It came from someone young, no doubt, and it curdled through the air, sending a sharp arrow of ice straight into Midoriya's heart. The mountain. He's on the mountaintop. She wasted no time, firing up OFA and using it to bound over the trees. Each leap took her barely over the treeline. Her toes brushed the spiky tops of evergreens as she passed, not to mention the dried sap on her face. Then spiky needle leaves stripped the sap right off. She didn't know whether all evergreen needles were this strong, but whatever. Not important right now. The life of the young boy, not even 10 yet, was infinitely more worrying. She reached the base of the mountain and, not even hesitating, raced up the discreet mountain path. When she finally skidded onto the flat tableau on the top of the mountain, she saw a hulking man. He had blonde hair buzzed in an army cut, and one arm was bulging with reddish-pink muscle fiber. The other was hidden in a flowing trench coat. And, tucked in a tiny rock crevice right in front of said hulking man, a flash of red and gold. From Koda's hat. Double joy. Her limbs sparked with energy. She dashed towards the two, barely slowing down, and reached slender arms into Koda's hiding spot. They snatched him out and pulled him tightly against her side. She took care not to touch the villain, knowing that if she was grabbed it was over. Then she was scrabbling around the mountainside, hearing a roar of anger from the man behind her and a whimper of fear from Koda. Her own heart was pounding in her chest. This was terrifying, and she was 15. Koda was 5. Going on, she was 3 times his age, and she was almost frozen in terror. He was shaking, much like she was, and she gently set him down on the rock that made a flat tableau at the top of the mountain. Then another roar from Army MC Muscle Pants, and Midoriya was shoving Koda into a bush and whirling around. A huge fist hit her side and she was thrown across the clearing. The rocky wall jutting out to form the top of the mountain stopped her flight, but she still slammed into the wall. With frightening clarity, she felt something in her chest snap. Coughing in surprise, she fell to the floor. As she fell, something else in her chest, probably another rib, twisted and another snap was felt. She crumpled to the ground, panting through the white-hot pain that had flooded her senses. Gritting her teeth, shaking arms pushed her up into a half-plank position, then she hopped up. Her chest did not enjoy that at all, but she had to get up. This was a villain, and she couldn't afford to stay down. Not now. Especially with a scared child watching. She had to be the hero she was growing to be. The villain had started advancing as she was down, and she leapt up and out of the way of a muscled hand, which slammed into the wall behind her. While she was above him, she kicked off the wall conveniently right behind her to flip over his head and get behind him. Oefe sparked as she delivered a bruising kick to his shoulders, and he grunted. But then his trench coat bulged and she had exactly 1 millisecond to think, "Oh crud dash," before a hand grabbed her ankle and threw her forward. Her ankle popped, dislocated, probably, and she swallowed back the noise of pain bubbling in her throat and twisted her back in midair to land awkwardly on the stone platform. "You think you can fight me and win?" The villain threw a taunt at her, mouth in a cocky smirk. She stood up straight, ignoring her ankle protesting the weight, and looked him in the eyes. One was mechanical, and the other was crystal blue. That was unique. In the large amounts of defiance she poured into her stance and the determined set of her mouth, he must have found an answer. His lips twisted into a cruel sneer as he shed the trench coat. "Very well, hero." With a disgusting ripping, tearing noise his skin started distending, then ripping as steel cord muscle fibers burst through. All Midoriya could really do was watch in horror as the man's muscles grew and grew and grew. She backed up a tiny bit. It was training deep engraved in her from age 4 on. The biggest bully on the playground is the one to avoid the most. Never fight them. Never even look at them. Well, she's already broken both of those rules, so she was already dead. Some fibers snapped, which honestly terrified her even more and sent her skittering back 1 more step. They flew free, hanging limp. He smashed his fists together and sneered at her, looking even more terrifying now. "Well, hero, let's see if you can stand your ground against Muscular." He lunged at her and Oefe crackled to life, sending her straight up in the air. She realized abstractly that, with green and red lightning crackling around her body, she must have been a sight. She sure hoped someone took a picture or something. That would be an awesome profile picture for her contact. Then she was falling backwards through the air, twisting her spine and ignoring the singing pain in her chest so her fist was out and ready to punch. She had to be honest, she wasn't expecting to actually get him. Her fist smashed into the side of his jaw, and something cracked with a noise that made Midoriya feel sick. Cured? In pain? Anger. Before reaching up and grabbing her bicep. With a heave of 2 large muscles, Muscular sent her flying across the battlefield again. As soon as she landed back on the ground, he was on her. Pain blossomed through the back of her head as he grasped her face, aggravating a cut that had appeared sometime along her hairline, and lifted her up, before smashing her back into the ground. With dizzy eyes, she watched him spit a broken tooth out of his mouth. Then a savage smirk. Then her eyes fluttered shut. She knew what she was doing, but she hoped that she could do it in time. The dizziness clouding her head wasn't being faked at the moment. "You fight brave, little hero. I see why Stain had his eyes on you." Nevertheless, it isn't brave enough to fight me. I am muscular. My quirk is that I can grow my muscles, exponentially, with no known end. I am stronger and stronger as you grow weaker. But our time is running out. Goodbye, Hirtash. Then a geyser of water hit the monologuing villain in the face. Midoriya's eyes shot open and she braced herself, curling up and launching a kick straight into the bulking, heaving chest. Taken aback and by surprise as he was, it sent him flying into the rock wall that Midoriya had met earlier, and his body smashed through the first few layers of rock. That was a bit too much one for all. Her bones were twinging in pain. At least they weren't broken. Koda, what are you still doing here? Blood had started dripping down her head. That wasn't good. The child sniffled, eyes defiant. I can't let him kill you too. Her face fell. Of course. Muscular had killed his parents. She swallowed, looking to where the villain was still embedded in rock. Her eyes caught on a couple small pebbles, tumbling down the wall. Loose rocks? Oh, she was an idiot. She was a bona fide idiot and Todoroki and Shinso were going to kill her, but this was probably the only way. Koda, listen to me. I'm going to take him down. But you need to run. As far from the mountain and as fast as you can. But what about you? You can't die. His voice cracked on the last word. She felt tears sting her eyes as she gave a bright, reassuring smile. Saving people with a smile. Koda, look at me. I promise I won't die. I know what I'm doing. The boy sniffled, then nodded. Determination steeled his eyes. Now go. And he ran down the mountain and pushing bushes and other small things out of his way. Muscular burst out of the mountainside finally. Ugh, you little brat. As soon as they catch that Baku something kid, you are going down. Kaken. They were after Kaken. Now she wished that Koda was still here, to tell Mandalay or Aizawa Sensei or someone that Bakugo was in danger. But he wasn't. Then she had to stop thinking of that. Muscular was launching himself at her, and she scrambled to her feet. Firing one for all up yet again, she leaped straight up, landing on the rock wall and grabbing a small spire jutting out to keep her balance. She knew she was going to sacrifice something here. And it had to be the mountain. She had promised Koda, after all. Lightning crackled, both around and above her, as she leapt off the side on the mountain. OFA glowed, brighter than ever, as she dialed the power up. She had no clue what percent she was currently holding. Just that it wasn't enough, so she poured more power in. The warmth was getting hot, and she winced midair. Everything slowed down as the ground got closer and closer. Muscular jumping to her, mouth open in a snarl. Her fists above her head and ready. She inhaled, exhaled, shut her eyes. Then brought her fists down, and watched as they met the rock of the mountain. And she watched as the ground exploded. Muscular's yelp was shrouded beneath the sound of centuries-old rock cracking and breaking, and she stood in the center of a small crater. Come on, come on, come on. The mountain groaned. Muscular stopped moving as fear flashed across his face. Then her vision was lost to darkness as the ground under her feet caved in. Koda felt more than heard the sharp tremor run through the earth. Instinctively turning around, he gaped when he saw the mountainside cracking, green electricity running through the rock and lighting the mountain up in the night. He stumbled back 2, 3 steps, then it happened. With a loud noise, almost like snapping a bone, the mountain started imploding. The air itself seemed to rumble with the ground, and he watched with bated breath as the mountain slowly got smaller, reduced to a huge pile of rocks and rubble. Judging by the eerie silence in the forest, all fighting had stopped. Everyone was watching the collapse of the mountain. Then a scream. It split the night open, twisting and writhing and spearing ice through people's hearts. It was strange, it sounded less like one person and more like 8, all screaming in tandem and harmony and a million other musical terms that Koda didn't know yet. It was pain, it was fear, it was anger. It was a million things, but it was one. And that was the creepiest part. A crack from above made Koda jump. He looked up and promptly got rained upon. What clouds? It wasn't cloudy before. Or did? He figured it out pretty quickly. A black figure, tall and lithe with a cream thing wrapped around its neck, skidded next to him. He recognized it as Eraserhead, the glowing red eyes a comforting sight. Koda, where have you been? We have to get to Dash. Midoriya. Midoriya, she's in there, she's hurt, and she screamed, and Dash, Eraserhead's quirk shut off as the man blinked. Rain was pounding on them from above, from nowhere. Problem child, don't tell me that you, Koda, connected the dots. Did Midoriya do that? He pointed to the pile of rocks. Eraserhead just nodded mutely, a curse slipping out of his mouth. Koda pretended he didn't hear. Green eyes snapped open after what seemed like a lifetime in darkness. She blinked, looking around. Where was she? Who was she? Hey, lack of knowledge aside, seriously. Where was she? She shifted on the floor and hissed when she tried to move her arms. Hunching her shoulders, she cried out in pain. Something told her that a scream much like this much quieter sound had rung through the air earlier. There was blood dripping down her face, and she blinked in mild discomfort. What the heck had happened to her? What she had thought was an earbud in her ear started buzzing, and she jumped. The thing brushed her shoulder from the position her head had been in, which was obviously enough. Midoriya. Midoriya, did you do that? Izuku, where are you? What did you even do? Mido, pick up? Answer us. Problem child, can you respond? The earbud fell silent at the older voice. She furrowed her eyebrows. Izuku, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Why don't you pray you get a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof? You can be a hero. Sorry for using my quirk on you, but it's bad luck to fall. You have a strong quirk, but I can't let you win this. Walk out of bounds. Midoriya, thank you. Midoriya hissed as memories flooded back into her head, groaning as she realized what she had done. I didn't think it would work. The comms buzzed again. Midoriya, can you respond? That was Aizawa-sensei. He was trying to contact her. Raising her head, her eyes zeroed in on her arms. Those things were not moving anytime soon. They were all shades of purples and angry reds, and she saw what looked like bone fragments sticking out of skin in several places on both arms. Not good. So, she leaned down again and triggered the comm against her shoulder. Aizawa-sensei, where are you? There's so much rock, and it's dusty, and I didn't think that it would work, but it did, and now I don't know what to do. Dash. Problem child, breath. You're buried in what remains of the mountain. Injuries. I think I hit my head hard. I woke up and I think I had complete amnesia. I didn't even remember my name. And my arms are decimated. I don't think I can move them. I also have Dash. She tried shifting her leg and bit back another shriek of pain. My leg is also broken, and I think my hip on the other side is fractured. A muffled curse from Aizawa-sensei. Kid, how are you awake? She barked a laugh out, which made her wince. Add broken ribs to that list. She heard Aizawa-sensei sigh heavily into his comm. Problem child, I swear. Dash. Her head shot up as she remembered. Aizawa-sensei, they're after Bakugo. I don't know why, but they're trying to capture or kill him. You need to protect him. Dash. Midoriya. He's safe right now. Our priority is you. I'm safe right now. I'm buried under rubble, but if I don't move too much, I'm completely safe. Problem child, the villains are gone. They were driven off by All Might. Everyone is safe. You're the only one that's seriously injured right now. Stay right there. Don't move until we get Ragdoll to dig you out. She's going to your location now. I'll be there. Soon. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Thank you, Dad. The strong urge to call him Dad had won. She buried her face in the ground, blushing heavily as the line was silent. Then, outside sound filtered in the earbud. Oh, Aizawa-sensei is happy. Look, he's smiling. Smiling? Oh my gosh, he totally is. As the comm line went dead with a hiss of static, she took the time to look around a bit. As soon as she looked right, she screamed. Out of everything she was expecting, it wasn't a bloody, bruised body. Midoriya, this is Ragdoll. I've found you, but there's something really big about 7 feet to your right. Do you know what it is? Midoriya was numb. Even as her head dipped down to answer, her eyes stayed focused on the villain. It's the villain I was fighting. Keys. An understanding noise came from Ragdoll and the line went dead again. Midoriya was left in silence, which she honestly did not like that much right now. She had killed. She had aimed for the rock and broken it apart and tried to collapse the mountain, and she knew that Muscular would probably die, but she still did it, and now he's dead and it's her fault. The shuddering sob she pulled in aggravated her ribs, and she forced herself to stop crying. There was no room for crying. Then the rubble above her shifted, got a little lighter, and then a familiar face popped into a new gap. Ragdoll gave her a soft smile. "Hey there, sport. Some freaking light show you just gave us, wasn't it?" Midoriya couldn't suppress the next sob, but this one was happy. It was a happy sob. Ragdoll just smiled a bit wider. "Listen, we've got a lot of the rubble cleared. The villains are pretty much beat back. Honestly, if All Might hadn't arrived, then we would have been toast. But as of right now, everyone's safe. Even that Bakugu Katsuki you were scared for. They're all safe. You saved them. The collapse distracted them enough to get word down to All Might. You were a hero tonight, kid. Be proud of yourself." Midoriya almost smiled, but then she caught a glimpse of the villain next to her and the happy feeling died. "Beep, but Ragdoll looked over, and when she saw the villain her lips pursed. But she wasn't being mean or blaming Midoriya. She didn't know how she knew that, but she did. "Listen. There's gonna be death. There's always gonna be something you could have done differently, or better, or faster, or stronger. I just didn't think you would learn this lesson this early on. But he was a villain. You defended yourself. Tell me, who punched first?" Midoriya opened her mouth, but fell silent. Muscular had sent her flying before she had even touched him. He had attacked first. "That's right. It was self-defense. You're gonna be okay, kid." This time, Midoriya did cry. This was in relief though. Oh, she knew she was gonna have nightmares, and she knew that she would never forget this, but somehow, those simple words had assuaged her worries in all the right ways. Ragdoll gave a toothy smile at that. "There you go. There's the smile I saw the first day. Was wondering where it went." This got a laugh. "Seriously, though, we're digging you out now, so just hang tight, K?" "Okay." Midoriya sunk that smile in for one more second, then it was gone and she heard a asserting tone float through the gap. "Tiger! You're too far right. She's all the way over here for goodness sake." Midoriya lay in the wreckage of the mountain for what seemed like years more. Then the rubble above her was disappearing, and she felt arms gently wrap around her stomach, thankfully not around her ribs. Then soil streamed into the small cavern she was stuck in and gently edged itself under her body. She let her head droop between her arms, despite the burning curiosity she held for the pussycat's quirks. Then she felt her unbroken leg brush against rock that hadn't been there a second ago, then she felt sunlight against her back. Her costume was destroyed. It was torn and bloody across the back and arms, and the legs were singed. How were they singed? A gentle voice flooded her mind. "Hey, Midoriya. We're getting Recovery Girl up here, but you're probably going to have to go to the hospital. We have to transfer you to the main camping area, okay?" Midoriya managed a small nod. Mandalay retreated from her mind and then they were moving. Then Pixie Bob's voice, from her right. "Midoriya, if you want to you can rest a bit. I don't think you should be sleeping yet, that's dangerous at the moment, but close your eyes. We'll keep you awake, okay?" She let out a quiet mumble, hoping that the cat got the message. From the amused chuckle next to her, Pixie Bob got the message. Midoriya drifted in and out of awareness. 1 minute her and the pussycats were still trekking through the forest, then they were in the lodge and she was gently being deposited onto a stretcher. The movement jostled her arms a little bit and she let frankly, embarrassing whine of pain out. All movement ceased, save for frantically whispered apologies, then a quiet sentence. "There's gotta be a better way to do this, then." "Wait, there is." Eraserhead go get. There were feet pounding on the floor, then the clicking of heels coming back. The door opened, and an audible gasp filtered through the pain still radiating from Midoriya's arms. "Midoriya? Wha?" Then the click of a camera and muttering. "Oh gosh, Todoroki and Shinso are gonna kill whatever did that." "Uraraka, it's impossible to kill the mountain as it is already dead, and the villain, as he is also already dead. Just help please." "Oh right. Sorry? Then a soft hand caressed her face. The silky feeling and the cool feel made Midoriya groan, her head leaning into the touch as it stayed. It was so different from the rough texture of the dirt holding her up. Then she rose in the air. It felt like she was still supported by the dirt, except it wasn't rough anymore. Then another hand was gently spanning her stomach, holding her in place long enough for something soft to be raised under her. Release. Midoriya fell the half-millimeter onto the stretcher as gravity reasserted its hold on her. Even that movement, as small as it was, had her hiss and squeeze her eyes shut against the sudden influx of pain. Right now, her senses were dialed to 11 because, even after defeating the villain, coming down from an adrenaline rush is a huge JRK. A soft thing gently wrapped around her head, covering her eyes up. She welcomed the darkness that followed, and the fact that whatever it was kept anyone from seeing the tears slipping down her face. This was one time she didn't want anyone to see her cry. Did she deserve to, after taking a life? Her head throbbed, and wow, this was a convenient time to remember her definite concussion. Already she felt the edges of her mind slipping into oblivion, and she blinked against the sudden darkness threatening to bring her down. Then speaking. Sir, you need to step away from the patient, she's dash. Listen. This is my kid, and I'll be dead if I leave her now. Sir, if you aren't family, you can't ride in the ambulance with her. Rules. Wait. Uraraka's outburst had Midoriya wince, the loud voice jackhammering into her skull. Paramedic sir, they are family. He's her dad. By blood. Does it have to be by blood to be family? An annoyed sigh. Fine, if it gets her to the hospital quicker. Then a large, calloused hand gently rested itself on her left thigh, one of the only places on her not injured, bruised, or otherwise marred almost beyond recognition. The casual touch had Midoriya relaxing. She knew the hand intimately, had felt it correct her fighting position, had seen it shoot creamy fabric to bind its opponents. She finally let herself drift to sleep under Aizawa-sensei's watchful eye, and she knew that everything was going to be okay, especially if he was watching. He would keep her safe. Uraraka bit her lip as the ambulance roared away down the mountain road. The picture of Midoriya, looking the dictionary definition of dead, weighed heavily in her costume's belt and in her mind. Even though she owned a Nokia, and it was nigh impossible to make that thing weigh more than it already did, the picture seemed to add a few 100 pounds of weight. Except this was emotional weight, not physical weight. A burst of heat to her right. Turning, she ignored the blood on her fingers from catching the liquid streaming down Midoriya's face and turned to see Todoroki. His mismatched eyes were searching, unshed tears desperately seeking something in her expression. She lasted exactly 3 seconds under his scrutiny before bursting out in tears and sinking to the floor. There were hands on her shoulders, helping ground her, and she grasped the literal brick out of her costume belt and fumbled it onto the floor as she fought her own clumsy fingers. A delicate hand wrought the phone out of her weak grip and looked at the photo she had pulled up. A sharp intake of breath, then the phone was put in her hands and Todoroki retreated to the edge of the forest. She looked up just in time to catch one side bursting into flames, as large and spectacular as at the festival, while the other side sent ice spikes shooting towards the forest. Shinso rocketed out of the lodge, reaching out to Todoroki's right side. Ignoring the ice creeping over his hand as he grabbed his boyfriend's wrist, he just looked the bicolored teen in the face. Todoroki said something, Shinso said something back, and then the heterochromatic collapsed forward, shoulders shaking, against the purple-haired boy. Then Shinso fell to the floor, burying his head in Todoroki's hair. Uraraka had the decency to look away. That was an NTMT moment. She had no business looking at them. Apparently news helicopters have no such reservations. The thing was circling overhead, and by the movement of the camera it was focused solely on the two teens breaking down in each other's arms. Uraraka narrowed her eyes, feeling righteous anger fill her. They hadn't been attacked, hadn't seen the mountain crumble because of one person, hadn't felt terror as they fought a girl throwing needles and knives, and had no right to film the aftermath. Sure, the public needed answers. But to film two teenagers, in their first year of high school, who were in the middle of their worlds crumbling apart like that mountain, was a new low. So, with determination in her gaze, she tapped her face with 5 fingers and felt gravity lose its control on her. Tsuyo sighed as she circled the helicopter around again. Her normal shtick as a therapist hadn't been bringing a lot of money in recently, so she had to resort to getting a side job as a news reporter. And this meant flying a helicopter, apparently. The thing was open air, so she had no doors between herself and the open air. And, as she did what she was instructed and focused the camera on 2 teens at the edge of the forest, breaking down, she felt shame roiling in her gut. This was wrong on so many levels. Then a brown-haired girl literally floated herself into the helicopter and grabbed a headset to communicate with. The fingers grasping the headset were a ruddy brown, covered in dry blood. Hey, you know that those 2 really shouldn't be filmed, right? Tsuyo felt her hands clench around the controls. I know. These teens don't deserve this so early on, but if I want to keep the job I have to do this. I need the money, man. A sympathetic noise. Listen, I get the need for money, but I have an idea. UA needs a therapist, Hound Dog can't handle the whole class of 1A. At this point we all need therapy. I recognize you, maybe you could work there? A cynical laugh tore its way out of Tsuyo's throat. Listen, kid, you don't want any rep with a quirkless therapist. A sigh. You see those 2 kids? The ones breaking down. Yeah. Their girlfriend was heavily injured. Right now, she might be dead. A wave of shame and hurt smashed into Tsuyo. That was a guilt trip of epic proportions. They don't deserve that pain televised. Not now. Tsuyo pursed her lips and turned the camera away. A sigh, this time of relief. Thank you. Then the girl slipped the headset off and tapped her arm with 5 fingers, proceeding to float out of the helicopter. Tsuyo watched as she used the downdraft provided by the helicopter to get back to the ground. Then chuckled. Yes, Class 1A needed help. And who better than Kirishima Tsuyo, certified therapist? The next time Midoriya woke up was in a hospital. They shifted uncomfortable, feeling the bandages on their arms itching uncomfortably. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, helping illuminate the dark room a bit. They could only see out of one eye at the moment. The other had bandages covering it. There was a dark shape next to them, in a chair. They vaguely recognized it as a humongous teddy bear, in a costume that they couldn't make out in the dark. Next to the teddy bear was another shape, one they could tell was a human. Cream wrappings were wrapped around its neck, and they felt tears. Prickling. Aizawa Sensei. The man had stayed. They blinked, only just realizing the part of Aizawa Sensei's capture scarf wrapped around their left thigh. It was like the man was keeping them on the table, making it impossible for them to be moved unless they risked waking him up. Looking down at the rest of them, they took stock of their bandages and casts. Their arms were basically immobile, which was kind of annoying. They weren't wearing a binder, instead bandages were spanning their chest. Their costume had been stripped off, replaced with a hospital gown. They had to be honest, they felt bare without that costume on. The tight green fabric had a certain comfort to it. Their red shoes were also gone, presumably wherever the rest of his uniform was. Their right shin was in a cast, and they had a weird brace thingy spanning their hips and pelvis. There was a neck brace spanning their head and shoulders, and there was another weird contraption covering their right collarbone. With their one good eye, they slowly blinked again, before some light spilled in from an opening door. The nurse who peeked in blinked, before a soothing smile showed on her face. Hey, glad to see those eyes. Well, that eye open again. She whispered as she edged into the room. Walking to their right arm, that they couldn't see very well, she tweaked some vials on what they just realized was in 4 drip. Okay, this man said that your gender shifts, so are you comfortable saying what it is so none of our staff misgenders you? Or makes you uncomfortable? I'm non-binary today. Midoriya's voice was rough with disuse, and they quietly tried to clear their throat before trying again. How long have I? The nurse nodded. You've been out about a week, Han. We honestly expected you out a lot longer. The initial waiting PRD was a month with your injuries. Can you believe it? They really couldn't. They were awake in a week when they were expected to be out for a month? America explain? Well, I'll be off so you can try and get more sleep, okay? If you need anything, Press that little red button by your left foot. Then the nurse slipped out of the room again and closed the door. Aizawa-sensei seemingly hadn't woken up yet. So Midoriya shrugged, closed their eyes, and let the dark abyss of sleep claim them once again. Nana, are they here yet? Daigoro Banjo. We're just as scared as you are. Can you take a chill pill and relax for 3 seconds? 4, you're doing it wrong. He won't understand that. Daigoro, calm down, it's relaxation, chill out, stop screaming dash. Oh, you don't have to tell me twice. Kill me now. Where's my white wine? 4, no getting drunk until we know Midoriya is safe. 2, you're no fun. Are there cooking supplies? Are there ingredients? Can Midoriya even eat food in this soul realm? 3, we know you're a mom. But does Midoriya want to be mothered? Well, now I'm having an existential crisis. 6, stop antagonizing 3. 3, there's cooking material like 3 minutes that way. 4, your white wine has been suspended until you stop getting tipsy like every day. Daigoro, just calm down. 2, get a handle on your quirk. Nana, seriously, do you need a hug? You look like you need a hug. Get over here. Midoriya blinked. Apparently their injuries hadn't transferred over to this soul world, as 3 had called it. They stood up on legs shaky with unuse, and trekked out over the silver terrain. Their clothes had transformed back to their hero costume, which they appreciated immensely. But Midoriya's bright red shoes contrasted sharply against the silver ground as they walked, letting themselves get used to, well, walking. Their curls bounced a bit with every step, tickling the back of their neck in an all-too-familiar movement. They saw a small gathering of people, some familiar, some unfamiliar. There was one person whose entire body seemed to be ever-shifting, hair elongating and shrinking, body becoming thinner and thicker, yet maintaining the muscle mass that all seemed to be the same. The one next to them was shorter, the thin of illness and pain emaciating their frame. But then their angle shifted a bit and well-defined muscles were showing on their arms. They were skinny and tiny, but oh, they were strong. They were holding Nana, who looked like she was hyperventilating. The same woman who had met him, the one called 3, was fluttering about trying to cook something on a stove that hadn't been there a second before. Then she looked up and her citron eyes focused on Midoriya's own emerald. She broke out into a sob and made to hug them, but a tiskingy noise from a taller, lanky person had her pulling back, hands fluttering uncertainly. Midoriya decided to end the moment. They lunged forward, wrapping the older woman in a tight hug and burying their face in her shoulder. She stood stiff, before matronly tendencies took over and she returned the hug. The hug slowly warmed, and they just clung tighter to the now familiar woman. T3. Their voice cracked on the first syllable, and 3 just drew them in tighter. Oh, Midoriya. Her voice was dripping in relief. Midoriya peeked out a bit over her shoulder, looking at the other users. Nana was literally crying in relief, her face still crinkled into that smile that Midoriya had quickly decided would never get old. Midoriya, you hung on. You didn't die. For was grumbling, but the corners of his eyes were upturned in a smile. The skinnier person, the one that looked sick, was quietly muttering to the shifting one. Then Midoriya started to fade. One day they'd have to take some strong sleeping aids and spend a whole day and a whole night with the old users. They had the feeling they might like that. Then the users faded from their sight once again, and they were back in darkness. A hand was rubbing Midoriya's thigh, where the capture weapon had been previously. A low voice above Midoriya's head. Day 6, problem child. Todoroki was just in here. I'm sure that he and Shinso are tag teaming. Who sees you when right now? They're messes without you, you know that? Midoriya opened their eyes, and as soon as they were completely open, black eyes met their own. Aizawa-sensei gave a tiny smile, his eyes showing a hint of emotion. Well, good morning, problem child. Have a nice nap? Midoriya smiled as he felt the familiar headphones close around his head. It had been 7 long, long weeks in the hospital. And there had been shenanigans, to say the least, that had ended with half of 1A. With temporary bans from the hospital. Said incidents were, but not limited to, Figuring out that Ida Tensei was in the same hospital and dealing with him coming in and annoying Midoriya almost every day. Bakugo exploding a vending machine. Kirishima punching a hole through the wall by accident. Siro taping himself to the ceiling. Tsuyu getting stuck on the same ceiling, and in her panic to get off she ripped several ceiling tiles out. Kaminari causing electrical shortage throughout the entire building because he saw a squirrel outside Midoriya's window and freaked out about it. Koda kicking Shudo where the sun doesn't shine. Koda kicking Hitoshi where the sun doesn't shine. Koda kicking every person from Class 1A he met where the sun doesn't shine. Mineta coming into the hospital, how did he even find out? And getting kicked to high heaven by Ida. Mina using her acid to make the hospital hallways slip and slides. Mina using her acid and Tensei using his quirk, while wheelchair-bound, to race down the acid-slick hallways. Tokoyami freaking the nurses and doctors out by eating 10 apples in 3 minutes. Tokoyami winning 7 bets from both the doctors and fellow students. Momo and Jairu being caught kissing in the bathroom. Momo and Jairu, after being caught, subsequently either creating flash bombs and setting them off, or using her heartbeat as highly damaging sound waves because they were scared. Uraraka accidentally floating Midoriya's bed. Uraraka accidentally floating Aizawa Sensei's chair, with him in it. Uraraka accidentally floating everything in the room. And much, much more. That was an eventful 7 weeks. But no matter. Midoriya was up and walking. He had gone through pretty intense physical therapy, and would still be attending physiotherapy, his own mashup. He was proud of that one class. Actually, he was pretty sure that that was already a word, but whatever. This made him feel smart. Don't judge. But yeah. He pressed play on the refurbished iPod he had grabbed off the trash beach, which doubled as both his phone and a music player. The familiar sound of Skillet filtered through the headphones, and he grinned even wider at the song playing. The song was Hero, and it basically perfectly described him. He wanted to be a hero, wanted to save people, but was he ready to die if it called for it? Was he ready to sacrifice himself to save a broken world? Would Tokoyami be proud of these dark, depressing thoughts? Anyways, he took a step, then another. The watchful eye of Aizawa Sensei helped him feel secure in himself, even if he was floundering as badly as Bambi did on ice. But he was walking out of the room that had been his personal torture for 7 weeks. He was really excited, especially to see his boyfriends, and hug them, and cuddle, and do 10 million things with them that being confined to a bed didn't let him do. But first, as he was put in Aizawa Sensei's car to be driven all the way back to UA, he pulled his phone out. He had a group chat to send another cryptic, mind-boggling question to. Class 1 at Bubbles, you Jairu, that last thing wasn't my fault. Hot topic, the vending machine was floating. Hot topic, you're the only one that floats things. Bubbles, at least I didn't freak BC, I was caught kissing my girlfriend while pinned against a wall. Hot topic, well you too. Bunny, what the heck have I missed? Bubbles, Lurzj Poiternfdoges. Hot topic, Midoriya. Bunny, I actually have a question, Suet everyone get on here. Flextape, I have been summoned. Electric Boogaloo, what's up? Klingon, why do you have my phone? Dwayne, BCU, that's why. Kitten, so much profanity. Vulpix, well, Kitten, you can't entirely say you're pure though. John Cena, oh what's this? Kitten, Ulksurdfjifkerfages sh out, oh you can't just say that. Vulpix, watch me. Bunny, guys. Bunny, you remember the Miss dude from the USJ? Vulpix, oh yeah him. Firecracker, that dude, what about him? Kitten, what? Bunny, that Miss seemed to be his body. Bunny, if Aizawa Sensei erased his quirk, would he lose that body? Would it be reduced or dispelled or something until Aizawa stopped erasing? Would he just be unable to make portals? Would his quirk be unaffected? Kriadidun, well thanks for the existential crisis Midoriya. Hot topic, no Bun's got a point. Bunny, he him. Hot topic tease. Kitten, I have no clue what any of you are talking about right now. Dadzawa, problem child, what have you done? Dadzawa, you've literally short-circuited Kaminari, he's got that stupid look on his face. Bunny, whoops. Wow, who likes school anymore? Dadzawa, screenshot point 1. Dadzawa, this is great. Nizu, I would like to have tea with this student sometime, could you relay the message? Dadzawa, sure. Nizu, yes. Aizawa, you said he has notebooks, right? Hero analysis? Dadzawa, he does, sir. Nizu, obtain a notebook from him and bring it to me. I wish to assess his skill level, so I know where to start. Snipe, y'all, I just got chills running down my spine. Kiyama Namuri, same. Kiyama Namuri, WAIT. Kiyama Namuri. Is Principal Nizu taking a personal student? Ectoplasm, if the student is smart enough to catch Nizu's eye before any formal training. Ectoplasm, we're all dead, I'm calling it. Nizu, oh, don't fear. Yagi Tashinori, Gefia my Forden is Gligtofetiven. Midoriya Inko has added Midoriya Inko to the chat. Kiyama Namuri, Jis Pinko? Midoriya Inko, gasp Namuri. Oh gosh, it's been forever. Midoriya Inko, but, my first order of business. Midoriya Inko, Aizawa. What happened to my child? Dadzawa, he's safe. He wasn't, but now he is. Midoriya Inko, Aizawa, my son was tortured for 10 years. Snipe, say what now? Ectoplasm, Yagi Tashinori, oh, young Midoriya. Lunch rush, oh dear, that isn't good. Shizenji Chio, Midoriya-chan? What do you mean by tortured? Midoriya Inko, his quirk is a freak mutation. It appeared the day of the entrance exam. He used it first when he destroyed that 0-pointer. Midoriya Inko, he was not treated kindly by society. He tried to hide it, he tried so hard, but I'm a mother. I always knew. And it hurt, but I couldn't do anything. We weren't stable enough to move, but he would come home burnt and bruised and cut and in pain, and I. Midoriya Inko, couldn't. Midoriya Inko, help. Midoriya Inko, so, Aizawa, Nizu, All Might, and whoever else is in this chat. Midoriya Inko, he's been through enough. Keep him safe. Snipe. Yagi Tashinori, well then. Dadzawa. Nizu, oh, I like her. Less than 333,333. Toshi 3, I'm honestly really impressed by that stunt in the teacher group chat. Good job. Inko 3, but wasn't that hard? It was honestly easier than expected, so. Toshi 3, I am confused ABT one thing though. Inko 3? Toshi 3, do you know Kiyama? Inko 3, oh, Namuri. Yeah, I was in class 1B and she was really nice. Inko 3, I was exploring a bit so we dated for like 3 months. Inko 3, but then we grew to be more like sisters so. Toshi 3, that's actually really interesting. Toshi 3, you went to UA? Inko 3, my quirk was really helpful in the entrance exam. Inko 3, when I said I had a weak telekinesis quirk? Inko 3, that was kind of a lie. Inko 3, my quirk is powerful enough that if I push it, I can basically become a black hole. Inko 3, I never got rid of my hero license, so in the eyes of the law I'm technically a hero. Toshi 3, Inko, I love you SM, but if you ever told Midoriya this information he would flip. I hope you know that. Inko 3, oh I know. Inko 3, that's why I never told him. Inko 3, he still has a few pages on my hero persona in his notebook, but it was after I retired to raise a child. Toshi 3, I must admit, I'm kind of scared of you now. Inko 3, Toshi. I'm flattered. Toshi 3, I did not know it was possible to be this scared but this attracted to one person at the same time. Toshi 3, oh Inko, would you like to go to Sakura Grill with me tomorrow night? Inko 3, that would be delightful. It's a date. Wow, who likes school anymore? Nizu, Yagi, have fun on your date tomorrow night. Yagi Tashinori, how even? Class 1 at Bubbles. Bubbles, our family is at Sakura Grill. Bubbles, and Tashinori Sensei? Is here with a woman? Vulpix, wa? Kitten, Tashinori Sensei? Kling, oh, he's All Might's secretary. Sometimes, if AM can't make it, he subs for our classes. Dwayne, he's awesome. Kitten, Icy Scarecrow Man. Kriati, Scarecrow Man. Hot Topic, Svoljkokurfdorfsen. Electric Boogaloo. Why are y'all booing him? Froppy, Skinny Scarecrow Fly Man. John Cena. Sue, don't do him dirty like that. John Cena. You forgot the beanpole part. John Cena. He's unfairly tall. Froppy. Yes, I forgot. Klingon. Hello, yes, does anyone else remember Tsuyu's insult from before the camp? Froppy. You tadpole. John Cena. That sounds like something Gordon Ramsay would have said. Electric Boogaloo. Urseldfijoitf. Dwayne. Imagine Bakugu and Ramsay in the same room. Bubbles. The dorm would collapse from sheer volume of screaming. Firecracker. Shut the up, it's 9 at night. Klingon. Bakugu, has your beauty sleep been interrupted? Bubbles. Update. Bubbles. Does anyone here recognize the name Inko? Bubbles. Tashinori Sensei called his date that. Firecracker. Wait. Firecracker. What the? Firecracker. That's Deku's Bubbles. What-y? Less than 333,333. Inko 3. Toshi, you're in the restroom, but are you aware that one of your students is here? Toshi 3. What? Inko 3. The really nice one with brown hair? Toshi 3. Oh, young Uraraka. Toshi 3. She's really kind, do not fear. Class 1 at Bubbles. WFSNBK. Bubbles. Tashinori Sensei kissed Inko-sama on the cheek. John Cena. Can you feel the love tonight? Class 1 at Disney Princess. WOW. SMACC. Gasp. SMACC. Coda. Dwayne. Coda. Dwayne. The author feels terrible for forgetting, but you are here now. Disney Princess. What? Disney Princess. What did I miss? Bunny. A lot tbh. Vulpix. Oh yeah, Kirishima accessed the void. Void creature. He meets daily with an entity only known as author to us. Void creature. She is kind and watches over our world. Disney Princess. Firecracker. Firecracker. Shut up, you nerds. Bubbles. Disney Princess. Oh, incriminate. Bunny. Sodagoquanolj WAIT. Bunny. I just read up and? I am? Bunny. My is dating my teacher? Bubbles. Awkward. Bunny. Hole up. Electric Boogaloo. Coda. We missed you. What happened? Disney Princess. I lost my phone. For all. Cling. That's fair. Walls have eyes. Finally. Walls have eyes. Someone not insane. Shuga. Finally. Tamatoa. Oh, mon ami, my young Coda. How I've missed you to. Infinity Heartsuit. Disney Princess. Midoriya chat. Bunny. Mom? Bunny. Mom, how long have you been dating All Might? Inko 3. Wait a sec. Inko 3. Han. I'm dating his secretary, Tashinori Sensei. Bunny. Ofa peeps unite. 9. Toshi, how long have you and been dating? 7. HWAT. 6. Oh. 4. Yagi, you're dating? 5. Get it, Toshi. Midoriya squeezed their eyes shut and tossed their phone onto the table. In their other hand they held 2 strong sleeping pills, from Recovery Girl. They had to sign several forms stating that no, they were not trying to overdose, yes, they just wanted to, yes, someone would be there with them. This was for the sole reason that they wanted to spend more time with the users of One for All, and they could only do this in their sleep. Besides, they might be able to catch Tashinori with the other users and grill him about him and his mom. So, with steady hands, they picked their phone back up. Big Pan happiness. Bunny. Hey, can you come to the living room real quick? Vulpix, en route. Kitten, be there in 30 seconds. Hitoshi wasn't lying. Midoriya watched as Hitoshi, straight from afternoon classes, launched himself through an open window and skidded to a halt right in front of the couch. He used his momentum to twirl on the spot and collapse onto the couch next to Midoriya, stretching an arm across their shoulder. Zuzu, what's going on? Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Zuzu? Like the weird mechanical pet things? Hitoshi sat stunned for a second, then he grabbed Midoriya's collar and leaned in, brushing their noses together. They were sure their face was on fire and they swallowed, slowly. The way Hitoshi's eyes skated over their face, skimming over their skin was making him even more flustered. Then Hitoshi let out an appreciative hum, the low sound making Midoriya shake. Well, you are our pet, aren't you? And hello, hands. How you doing? The couch shook next to him as Hitoshi busted a gut, his deep laughter striking a chord in Midoriya's stomach. Then a weight on their other side as a body sat on the couch. Hitoshi, what have you done to Bun? Sho, isn't our pet adorable? They could hear Shudo's blink. Then they heard the wolfish smile on his face. Bun really is adorable, isn't Bun? Midoriya's squeak had both laughing again. Shudo recovered first. Okay, Aizu, what did you need us for? They were still pink as they looked up and showed them the pills. I need to get more sleep and I got these from Recovery Girl, but they take a while to take effect, so I was hoping that you would cuddle me until I fall asleep. Hitoshi smiled gently. Zuzu, you don't even have to ask. We'll cuddle you whenever. Of course, Zuku. Who do you take us for, Bakugo? Midoriya snorted. Shut up, just let me take these then we can cuddle. They popped the pills into their mouth, dry swallowing and making a face at the taste of chalk. Then they felt a cooler hand pulling them into a warm chest, Hitoshi following and squeezing in between Shudo and the couch. He threw his left arm over Midoriya's back, and Midoriya was sufficiently encased in warmth. They dug their face into the little area between Shudo and Hitoshi, inhaling the scent of mint and coffee. It was the last thing they were aware of as sleep pulled them into its embrace. Less than 333,333. Inko 3, LF Dignisvo Tashinori. Inko 3, Izuku's found out about you. Inko 3, I think Bun also knows that you're all Might. Toshi 3, it's okay, I told Bun at the beginning of the year. Toshi 3, Bun did accept one for all, didn't Bun? Inko 3, true.